Good morning, y'all. We know that we have to do a selfie here. So for those of you who are checking this out, this will be about a minute that I have to hold a selfie, and then you'll see me at the trail. So stick around. You can scroll past this 1 minute. For those of you, this does a YouTube automatic generated selfie, so I have to hold the pose for about a minute. Perfect. So here we go. Cool. So I'll be back. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure that I get my streams up and running on my computer. And yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and open up my stream on my computer. Sometimes it just doesn't work properly, and that's okay. But it's all good. All right, so we're going to be talking about perception in a couple minutes when I get to the trail. For me, it's going to be about 40 minutes. For you all, it's going to seem like instantaneous. I go from here to the trail. So I'll see you very, very soon. I'll be back. I forgot to do an audio test, but it's working. So now we'll be back. I'll be back. I'll give it a couple moments for it to kick in. Welcome back, y'all. We're at the trail now. We have a brother behind us just washing his feet, doing his thing. So, until he leaves, I'll be showing the water. I don't want him to be caught on camera because, private, respectful of other people's space and whatnot. But I'm going to point the camera to the water, and we're gonna talk about perception, part 2. Perception. Yesterday when I was talking about perception though, I should have actually just waited off on talking about perception and just came on live stream and just talk about, whatever. But I think it was important to talk about perception again today, because it's very, very important to see things differently, right? You have perception and perspective, and those two are two sides of the same coin, right? So yeah. Well, he's done from the water, so I could technically leave you guys here and check out it'd be easier if I just leave you all more in the shade so I can see what's going on, but we'll see. Morning. So we're going to be talking about perception. It's very important to have different perceptions about life, because how you see things is how you're going to see the world. If you see the world in a very negative way, you will see the world in a negative way. But you have the power with your mind to shift your perception and your perspective, because they work hand in hand. They're two sides of the same coin. Now, the question is, well, Orion, how does one change their perception? If you've lived a specific journey up until this point, you're thinking what reality has been true all along, and you're right, it has been, but it has been for you specifically. We had a question yesterday from a brother named CJ, CJ asked the question of, well, Ryan, why is it that there are different siblings, like you have different siblings, but they have a totally different experience? Well, I told CJ it's because their soul had different experiences before they came here, right? Everyone deep down fundamentally is the same, but we all have our uniqueness about us. We have our little quirks, and that's what makes us who we are as individuals, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, all of us, quite literally. So it's important to, it's important to know that perception can be changed at any time if you choose for perception to change. The problem is the world will keep telling you that you can't change. And everybody's listening to the world, but they're not listening to themselves, because the world keeps saying, no, this is what you should do. This is what you should do. But yet 99% of the planet is suffering right now. Why is that? Doesn't make sense now, does it? You're going to follow others who are suffering because that's just the way it is? No, you get to decide how it is. I started to think differently than the people around me. Some of them, are still suffering. They're still creating their problems. They're still creating all the obfuscations in their life. I've told them, but the way they see the world is the way they see the world. There's nothing, I didn't come here to change them. But the way they see the world is the way they see the world, and it's accurate, true, and real to them. But yet, they are still struggling. I told them, like, think about it. You came to the earth, you were born to what? Work? Really? Now, I had a negative connotation to that word, work. And my perception of the work felt like being enslaved and trapped, aka like a job. Now, my perception on that word had to change because I changed my perception on it, right? Like, instead of seeing work as negative or hard or being enslaved, I changed it to passion, to purpose, that it's leading to your purpose and helping other people. And so that's why in the last little while, I was able to cultivate some clients, because I was very resistant to the word work, right? Because I invested so heavily on myself. And I was like, I'm not going back to no fucking job. I'm not doing IT again. I'm not doing, I'm not working in a field where your soul gets sucked out of you, and then you come to earth, you live for about, 80 years on average, give or take, for you to die? Come on. I came here for a bigger purpose than that. Right? Money is a byproduct of your passion and your purpose, and now I'm cultivating all the resources because I already have it. But I have to change my perception a lot. So the more you keep shifting your perception, the more you will see things differently. Think of it like you have a crayon in your hand, but you get to shift your perception of what you draw with that crayon. Do you draw a nice sunshine and rainbows, or do you desire to draw clouds and thunderstorms? Right? That's going to be perspective. Like I said, they go kind of hand in hand. And why is it important? Well, if you want to live your best life, you're going to have to shift your perception. You're going to have to change the lens you see things through. Most people, including myself, was trained to see the world in a very negative connotation. That it's an eye for an eye. If someone doesn't attack me, I must be the one to attack them first, or get the jump on them before they ensnare me or they hurt me. That's why a lot of hurt people are hurting other people, because that's the mentality of the world right now. Majority of people, not everybody, but majority of people. And everybody deep down, before other humans, are simply looking to be understood. To be accepted, understood, approved of, validated, having permissions to do whatever it is you want, and somewhat be engaged or entertained or enamored. But I have news for you. You can give that to yourself by shifting your perception. You don't need to look outside of yourself for those things. You give it to yourself right here, right now. It's just that simple. The problem is it doesn't feel simple because the mind's going to keep creating a story that this is not working, I shouldn't do this, people are going to judge me. And yes, judgment is a big, big, big aspect. Hello. Judgment is a very, very big aspect to our reality. Will judgment fully disappear from our human experience? No. But you know, I heard something that, like, no one's really ever going to see the true you, ever. Your kids, your wife, your husband, your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters, your co-workers, your best friend, they will never see the actual you because it's based on their perception of you. And their perception of you is their perception. But that doesn't mean it has to be your perception of yourself. And that's a bar, write it down. But so many people are literally, or literally, however you want to say that word, taking someone else's opinions of themselves as true and real. I'm sure you all have seen on my live streams a bunch of people coming on, calling me all kinds of things, this, that, and whatever. Do you think I entertain their perceptions of me? Not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell do I entertain their perceptions. So, what are my perceptions of myself? That I love myself, I'm a good person. And when I say a good person, I mean a person that actually cares. I'm going to say I'm a caring person, a kind, considerate, generous person who wants to see everybody win. That's my perceptions of me. All of you have your own preconceived notions and perceptions of me based on your awareness of me specifically. I don't know if anybody's there, and if there is, hello. If not, no big deal. I can talk by myself if I really need to. So if someone's in the chat, you can say hello. If not, no big deal. I'll continue to go. So it's important to understand that you can change your perception of yourself. And as you change your perception, your self-concept of yourself, you will start to see the world will morph around you to fit your new quote-unquote identity of yourself. Or how you see the world, you'll start to see the world in a different light. Instead of you saying, man, everything's negative, you'll start to see everything as, for what it is, positive or neutral. Always aim for neutrality if you can. You won't be swung back and forth like a yo-yo. Do your best to always be neutral. Now, I'm not saying not to enjoy when good things happen. Enjoy it, right? But don't get caught up in having something external be your source. Remember, you're always the source of everything. That's a bar, write it down. You are the source of all your joy, fulfillment, love, success, happiness, peace, harmony. It starts right here, not external. Your external will be the byproduct of what you feel in the internal. And that's another bar, write it down. Until you shift internally, your external will not change. It'll stay the same. Reality will never prove to you what you already are. Let me say that again. Reality is not going to show you a different picture. It's going to stay the same because whatever you're currently feeling, you will just have the same experience over and over. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy loop. And I mentioned to some of you about that loop in prior live streams where, there's a girl named Sarah, had a crush on her, worked in the law firm with her, and her and I would always have these great conversations, but I was very negative. But she saw the best in me because she chose to see the best in other people. No matter what they are going through or what has happened, she did her best never to judge. And when Sarah told me, Orion, If you continue to think the way you're thinking, you're only going to have the same experiences. You're a self-fulfilling prophecy. At the time, I didn't understand what those words really meant. I was attempting to be a smart ass and understanding what she's saying by like nodding. I got you, but I clearly didn't understand what she was saying. And that's what happened in a lot of my life, where I just felt like I just had to say yes and agree, and because like if I said no, that people would judge me for being an idiot, because I've told myself that I'm a dumbass for most of my life. Because I shifted my perception of myself, and I know what people are actually saying now, finally, because I can hear what the words they're actually using and what it actually means, for me specifically. My perception or my concept of myself has shifted. And so the more I continued to shift internally, right, I started to see the world differently. Why do you think I'm on a live stream helping all of you around the world? Because let's just face it, all of you are around the world. You're not just in one location. Hey, how are you? You good? Good. You all are not just in like one location. You all are like in different parts of the world. We had Finland, we had Denmark, we had Norway, right? We had Australia, India, we had Philippines, we have obviously North America, we had South Africa already on this stream. Hello, welcome. We've had everybody, all the different continents except for Antarctica, unless someone is actually in Antarctica. And if you are in Antarctica watching this, man, so much respect to you. Oh, this person again. Yeah, noob for real. Enjoy your time on my stream, by the way. Have fun saying all kinds of things. I'm good. Anyway, so if you keep shifting your perception towards yourself of being a more positive, caring person, the world around you can't bother you. That's a bar, write it down. If you are getting stirred up and triggered by external things, then that clearly means that you're still being enslaved by the external. And that's another bar, write it down. And in order for you to stop being enslaved by the external, you simply have to lock in internally and shift your perception of yourself and the world around you. And the world around you will start to bend to your will, not the other way around. But unfortunately, most people are being bitch slapped by reality right now. Reality is like kicking their ass because they simply haven't figured out the rules to the game yet. And that's okay. You are where you are based on your frequency. And for those of you who are new, who don't understand what that word frequency means, it is part of your self-concept. A frequency, you're an energetic being, and you're broadcasting a frequency to the universe based on 7 principles or 7 keys. Your beliefs, your emotional charged thoughts with emotions, energy and motion. Your perceptions of how you see the world and how you view it, both positive or negative. Your expectations, if you expect good things or expect bad things, that's what you'll ultimately receive. Your convictions on what you believe to be true and real with absolute certainty. Your reactions, how do you react around you? And your attention or your focus. Where are you placing your attention or your focus? Whatever you place your attention or your focus, it will magnify and grow. So those 7 keys are what makes up a frequency and what you're going to experience as your reality. You're not here to change reality. You're here to master yourself. And as you master yourself internally, your world around you will just change. You're not focusing on changing that. You're focusing on shifting within. There's a brother named Nero Knowledge who has this amazing manifestation definition, and I think it's absolutely brilliant. And his manifestation definition, which I've watched many manifestation content on YouTube for years, and they all are like, you got to change your reality, you got to morph your reality, you got to alter your reality. But really, it has nothing to do with the outside world. everything to do right here. And his definition is as follows. Manifestation is internally, not externally, internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. You are good with it or without it. And the reason why most people are not good without it is because they are focused on the outside thinking that they're missing something. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent, meaning you're not putting your energy outside, emotionally dependent upon seeing your reality change. You are good with or without whatever it is. Once you know you already have it, and here's a bar. When the world can't give you anything, the world will attempt to give you everything. And that's another bar. Write it down. What does that mean? When the world can't impress you, it will use all kinds of things to attempt to impress you. But when you know that it starts with you, nothing can impress you. Not a person, not a situation, not an amount of money, not a client, not celebrities, not Hollywood, not fame, not fortune, nothing, because nothing can impress you. Once you're locked the fuck in, you're locked the fuck in. Well, Phoenix, I mean, if that's what you believe to be true, then that's what you get. So if that's a red flag for you, that's a red flag. But I'm not here to convince you, bro. I have a really good relationship with reality. In fact, I have one of the best relationships with reality that you can possibly find. If I didn't, I would not be live streaming helping all of you. But if it doesn't align with you, bro, it's okay. Here's what I'm going to tell you to do. Anytime you see my streams, just swipe on up. Don't even bother. Because, if it doesn't feel in alignment, it doesn't feel in alignment. No big deal. That's why I said yesterday when I told you all about what I was talking about, some of you would not believe the things I said. But if I hadn't told you about that, your perception of me would still be probably the same. Do you see what I'm saying? So your perceptions of me changed, but my perception of myself hasn't changed. So your perception of me is skewed to your level of awareness based on your frequency, and it's nothing wrong. Remember, you are where you are based on your frequency, and my perception of myself is my perception of myself. I have no perception of you at all because I can't see you. I only can see words on a screen. So my perception is just neutral. It is what it is, right? So no big deal. If it's a red flag, it's a red flag, right? Like, again, I'm not here for everyone. I'm here for anyone, but I'm not here for everyone, which means that, like, I'm not here to, sway the world on my favor. I already know that the world is on my side regardless of who likes me or who doesn't. It's just that simple. Reality bends to my internal world based on how I feel. Even if those who are in misalignment or hostile or negative or just doesn't like me, no big deal. I'm good. I'm really good. Right? The truth is, you get to decide what truth really is. Because it's based on your current experience and what you lived. Morning. You get to decide what life looks like. Hence why I was talking about perception. This is why it's very important. Truth is a very subjective word, right? There's 8 billion truths living on one planet, right? Not everybody's truth's the same, and I can tell you that, and all truths are valid, equal, real. Even if they contradict or they collide or clash, they're still their own truth. And I'm never going to tell somebody to change their truth. But if you want to have a different experience that might help you, then you can shift your perception and you might see a different experience like I have. See, you haven't lived my experience at all. I lived 20 years of hating this world. I've told you about this, or you've probably heard me saying this, but I hated you all. So that was a very unhealthy, and yes, if that was still me from 10 years ago, and we were having this conversation, yeah, you would be spot on. That would be my self-perception of myself. But that's not the case anymore. Hello, Bubbas. For me, I see everything as one thing. I do my best not to harm. Like, you see those bugs that were just flying at me? I used to be like, ugh! Now I know they're just energy beings because they like the energy, and I'm just like redirecting them so they don't, you know, they're not interfering. So, again, that's why I said yesterday, that's why I'm not going to be talking about that stuff, because it has no relevancy to what I came here to do, which is to help everybody to sort of master their mind so that they can live their best life. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Master your mind and live your best life. Or free yourself from the entrapment of what the mind is doing, because I can see it for a lot of people, what the mind is actually doing. It's not wrong. It's never going to be wrong. But if you're not living your best life, then you have to ask yourself, why aren't you living your best life? Being a mod is a red flag in a relationship. That's an interesting perspective. And perception. I don't know what to say to that, but it is what it is, right? You are where you are based on your frequency too, Sadia, right? When I say that, that's not to insult. This is not insult. This is just where you are. All of you. You are where you are based on your frequency. And your frequency is made up of 7 keys, right? What you believe of the world, what you perceive of the world, your expectations of the world, your thoughts of the world, your convictions towards yourself and the world, your reactions or your responding to the world, your what's the other one? I always miss one. I said convictions, perception, expectations. Oh, and your attention, your focus. What you focus on. If it's negative, you'll have more negative experiences. If it's positive, you'll have more positive experiences. Right? A lot of you will never agree with what I'm saying. Morning, brother. I'm not here for any of you to agree. I don't want any of you to agree. In fact, I said it yesterday to someone in the chat. I'm like, I don't need you to respect me. I don't need you to like me. I definitely don't need you to follow or subscribe to me. And I definitely don't care if you listen to me. I came here to speak. For those who want to hear, they will hear. Those who do not want to hear, simply will not hear. They are where they are based on their frequency. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm very neutral. I don't care. I came on just to help people. That's it. My purpose is just to make sure you're living your best life. If you're living your best life, you don't need anything from me. In fact, I recommend all of you who are here, if you're living your best life, to go watch another live stream or go do something that's more productive, because this is not going to be productive to you at all. I'm that type of person who actually will like send people away because there's no point, because you have a better thing to do with your life, not be here listening to me because you're living your best life. All right? Well, I mean, the mods that I have, I've spent many hours and a year with them. But they're just so you all know, they're not any more specialer than any of you. Don't put yourself in some, like, this is not a hierarchy game I play, okay? The only reason why I gave certain people mod is because I had built a very good relationship with them, and I have so much respect for them. That doesn't mean at one point, my old channel, everybody was fucking mod, so there was no point. Everybody had blue. So I don't know if you're getting tripped up with that, but don't get tripped up with that shit. It's irrelevant. I can take away their mod. They're not doing anything anyways, right? But giving them mod doesn't affect any relationship. That's a perspective that you have. I don't have that. My perception is vastly different. Do you see what I'm saying? You're not wrong, but I'm not wrong either. You're right and I'm right. So you see, if you feel that that's real and true to you, then it's real and true to you. It can't That's it, right? That's what I've been talking about, this whole thing about perception. Wherever you are, based on your frequency, you will perceive things the way you'll perceive it. Now, if this was 10 years ago, I'd be like, yeah, I'd kind of be in yours, I'd be thinking the same thing, but I don't see it that way anymore because I've shifted my perceptions. I can take away their mods though, it's no big deal, but they don't do anything anyways. I'll be working out today, but I won't be doing it on stream because nobody's interested in the workouts. Well, not everybody's interested in the workouts, so I won't be doing it on stream. So once I'm done with the trail walk, I'm gonna end the stream. Like when I get back to the house, I'm starting to do more shorter streams because like it's not in YouTube's favor to keep my channel like going for longer periods of time. Plus, like if I feel like I shared what I needed to share, I think that would be enough. Yesterday I only streamed for about 3 hours, which was fine. I streamed in the afternoon, but I actually shouldn't have streamed yesterday, only because I was a little, my body, I have to adhere to this physical body, was a little exhausted because I woke up at 4:30 a.m. Mondays are my work day with my clients, and spent 9 hours with them, like all 6 of them within a 9-hour period. And then I decided to take a walk, and it was hot, and started talking about perception. Then got back to the house, started talking about some things that I should have not mentioned, but people were like, come on, tell us. I'm like, okay, you want to know? Here it is. And then the perceptions of me changed, which is fine. No big deal, because I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I just came here that you all live your best life. That's the root of all of my live streams, that you live your best life. Period, the end. If I can just keep saying live a life of joy with no regrets, I'll just keep that on repeat. I'll sound like a robot though. So I use my stories and my experiences to share why, if I'm able to live my best life now, why can't any of you? It doesn't make any sense. And now if you're living your best life and that best life is hurting people, angry at people, hostile at people, resentful to people, mad at people, but that's living your best life, then live your best life. Take out your frustrations, your anger, your rage with me. I can handle it. I'll take that energy and I'll just turn it into power for myself. I've been there. Because I've been there and I know what it feels like. Some of you need a sounding board. You just need to let out whatever is holding you hostage. Some of you, not all of you. Yeah. Well, that's not true, because the first time you saw me, I was here. I wasn't working out. So that's not entirely true. But yes, most of the times you've seen me, yes, I am working out. But this channel was not designed to show my workouts. The only reason why I've been doing that is to sort of, number one, get the algorithm to start, building the algorithm, number one. Number two, just to showcase who I am as a person, to see where I stand, and you can create your own perception of me. Some will hate me, some will love me, some have no opinion of me, and some don't give a fuck about me, and I'm good either way. I literally am good either way. Right? The thing is, for me, no matter what happens in my life, whether people come, go, they hate me, they don't like me, I'm good. You know why? Because I've given myself my own self-love, my own self-perception of myself, of a kind person, a caring person, a person who understands how reality works and who wants to just help people. So for me, when people come and go in my life, it's good. I'm good either way. Life is temporary. Life is going to do that. People are not meant to live, or not meant to be in your life forever, unless it's like your forever partner. But not everybody is meant to stay in your life forever. And I've come to that I've come and made closure with that and peace, that people will come and go and fade in and out. Right? Some people come, some people go, then sometimes they come back. And when they come back, the relationship gets even stronger, because we went through a whole song and dance for our own journeys, and we're like, wow, you went through that? Damn, man. I'm glad you made it out on the other side, right? There's going to be people in my so-called past, like my former co-workers in my law firm and my other careers that I had, that I'm going to probably reconnect with down the road. Not right now though, because currently where I saw them, they're not in the same current level of awareness where I'm at. They are where they are based on their frequency. So yeah, this channel is only designed to talk about living your best life. That's it. Nothing more. But I've already shared basically, a lot about my past experiences. Yeah, but I'm not Indian. Nothing wrong with being Indian, but I'm not. I am just suntanned, and I chose this body, and I am Naruto Uzumaki of this world. And yes, I will say that. But I appreciate the compliment. I'll take it. Nothing wrong with it. I don't put myself in a box like that. I'm just Naruto. I have the embodiment of what Naruto is, his spirit. I'm not the character, but I'm his, like the personality type. And that's the other thing about perception. I shifted my perception of being like a villain to, and I don't want to be a hero. In fact, I'm the anti-hero, right? I'm not here to play a hero like I did for several years. I'm not here to save anybody. I'm not here to save the planet. I'm not here to save anybody in general. I came here to just serve, help, serve, and give back as much as I possibly can. If some want it, cool. If some don't, no big deal, right? There's a saying that I said earlier, and I'll say it again, that not everyone is going to resonate or click while we're here on the planet. It's impossible for one person to be loved by the entire world. There's always going to be some person who's not going to like somebody. And I've come to that term that, like, I was looking for people to like me back, several years ago. I wanted the approval, or the permission, the approval, the validation, and the engagement from others. But my other live stream, my other channel, where basically YouTube sent it down into the gutters of the black hole of the algorithm, that showed me a lot of things about myself. Streaming, still talking to a camera, right? There's a lot of golden nuggets on my other channel. But I'm going to hire an editor at some point to go and sift through all of my content. They're going to have a lot of work to do. They're going to be having a lot of work to do, but they'll never run out of work because there's so much to dig through. But I was spending hours on a camera back then when I didn't have clients, talking and practicing, but also getting okay with, if there's no one here, okay, the show still must go on. Even if there's only one person or no one and it's just me, I'm going to still do what I'm doing. So my perception had to change because I was getting tripped up with oh man, my channel used to be so full with lots of people and now they all disappeared. Have a great day. Bye. And so I had to shift that and start locking in. I'm like, it all starts right here. All right, cool. I guess I'm going to have to start, pretending that there's just me on this planet for now. And I'm going to have to also get comfortable with being uncomfortable, even if there's nobody around. Even though I know there are people around and you're never really alone. But on my stream, no one was really coming on my stream. T-Bray would be on. He would check in with me and he'd be like, yo, bro, what's going on? I'm like, just working out, dude. I was talking about this earlier today and now I'm just working out. And then I'd just be watching some content while streaming, taking in some things. More of a refresher than anything, not because I need more information, but just as a refresher or reminder. So for me, I had to change a lot of my perception towards myself and to what a live stream could be like. Like I said, if there's one person on my stream or no one, I can keep going. I'm used to it. That's why I'm detached from like outcomes and situations and or what's going on. People love me, cool. If they don't love me, also cool. I'm good either way. People want to call me whatever words they want to call me, cool. Exactly. Spot on, Sadia. And this guy right here, this Caillou does the internet. Yeah, you're the one being schizophrenic because you're the one saying schizophrenic. So I think you need to go get yourself checked out, bro. That's his perception of me because he thinks I'm schizophrenic. He doesn't even really understand what schizophrenic actually is. But that's because where he is on his frequency. Not to insult, but that's just what it is. Take it or leave it. But you're right, Sadia. You're not here to impress anybody. But so many people are putting on the facade. I've done it for years, putting on the mask, the facade, to impress other people. And guess what? They still won't like you anyways because you're not being the real you. Because when you take off that facade, then they see who you actually want to be, and they're like, ugh, this guy was faking it, or this girl was faking it. So that's why I am who I am. You like me for who I am? Cool. You don't? I don't care. That's what I want you all to get to a point where like you are good with or without validation, approval, attention, or people engaging you. Even being good when people call you a bunch of like words that absolutely mean nothing, right? Because I can take that word, any word, and basically discard it as if it means nothing, right? Because it's really the meaning you give to words. And you all live your joyful life because the more you, when I say detach, I'm not saying to be like stone cold, like not have emotions. That's not what we're doing here. This is the human mind wanting to be facetious. What I'm saying is you're good either way. Whether people are in your life, people are not in your life, you're good either way. I like your name, by the way. Caillou does the internet. I looked at your channel, by the way. I'm like, okay. Your channel told me what I needed to know. Presently. That's a perception, though. You say, since we'll peg onto your word of schizophrenic, we'll use your words for a moment. You say I'm schizophrenic, and you say you care, but yet you still attempt to say words. Why don't you be more encouraging and say like, Orion, I appreciate you jumping on and giving your heart to the world. Nope. Because I know the type of soul, I know the type of people like you who do what you do. And I've played the game. And I see the game that's being played. And I'm not here for the games. I'm here to just share about perception. So if any of you leave any more comments and I don't see it, I do apologize, but I'm going to lock in. Because I really do need to finish what I want to talk about perception. Because when you change the way you look at things, right? Once upon a time, I came to this water and I hated nature. Like this was like, water? Really? Fucking water? Who gives a fuck about water? Right? There were people who were telling me back in the day, yo, you should spend some time by the water. I'm like, why would I do that? It's just fucking water. I can just go. Why do I need to travel somewhere when I can just get a bottle of water and spend time with a bottle of water? Orion, you're missing the point. Go to nature. When I came to nature, I'm like, what are we doing here? Stupid. Because my mind created all kinds of stories and because it's perceiving things as very negative. And I told all of you that I had to get energetically drop kicked by the universe to sort of wake up. What have you been doing? You have people to serve. You have people that are waiting to hear your message. The longer, and I got this from my coach, Angel, or my mirror, she said this to me. This was back in 2021. She's like, Orion, you've been ready for a long time, but you're afraid. So she triggered me in that moment. I'm like, I'm not afraid. How dare you say I'm afraid? Like, because I was like the male, the masculine being attacked, the ego. And so when she said that, my perception of like myself was like, because she said, you're afraid. I'm like, and then she followed up by saying, the longer you take, the longer you're making the people who need to hear what you need to say are going to suffer. Do you want them to continue to suffer? So that's when she kind of had to anchor me back into like the now. I'm like, fuck. God damn. So you're saying to me, Angel, that I'm ready? I don't feel ready. Ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. You just decide. It took me 3.5 years after her saying that for me to actually lock the fuck in and do what I came here to do. On October 6, 2024, I started my first live stream. It started on Facebook just so I can get used to what live streaming was like again. I had done a couple live streams in the past, but they weren't like hour longs. They were just like 15-minute-ish, you know, just to like, hello, and, you know, share an insight here and there. Nothing more. Instagram, morning, have a great day. Going from Facebook to Instagram and kind of like flip-flopping between the two each day. And then Olga on November 23rd of 2024 is like, you know, Orion, you know your people are not on Facebook and Instagram, right? I'm like, what do you mean? You're still playing small. You need to be on YouTube or TikTok. She mentioned more YouTube than TikTok. I'm like, YouTube? Ugh, the fucking trolls on YouTube. So my perception of YouTube was there's a bunch of trolls. Because when I had made content back in the day, when I wasn't really clear on what I was here to do, there'd be a lot of people leaving a lot of troll comments. Go touch grass, bro. Right? You don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'm like, fuck the people on YouTube. They're just a bunch of idiots. That was my perception. But I had to change that. And of course, I met some amazing people on my other channel. They're still with me to this day. So you see, my perception of YouTube was in the beginning like negative. Like, ugh. But I met amazing souls like T-Bray, like Justin, like Nabito. Doesn't mean in the beginning it was easy. The way some of you are towards me presently is the way they were to me too. But over time, our bond just grew and we came to fully understand each other. Some of you will never understand what I'm saying fully, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not here for you guys to understand what I'm saying. I'm here to just say, live your best life, whatever that is. And if that makes me schizophrenic, then I don't know what really schizophrenic is by saying that you're living your best life. Clearly, someone needs to go get checked if living your best life is being schizophrenic. Come on now. Mr. Caillou does the internet. Looking at the name is a name of just a troll. No offense. So I had to change my perception on like YouTube. I'm like, okay, well, my new channel, I'm sure I'm going to run into a bunch of people who are going to be similar to like how the past was on the other channel. Some were, yeah. But that's the game of YouTube, right? But eventually, those who don't like what I have to say will fall away. It's just that simple. They will spam the chat. They will drop all their hate comments. They're going to feed the algorithm. Thank you, by the way, for feeding the algorithm. And yeah, here we are. So for me, and I'm going to be streaming on Kick soon. I have never streamed on Kick, so we'll see what the people are like on Kick eventually. I don't know what Kick's going to be like, to be honest. I only recently found out about Kick from another YouTuber who said that he's going to be on Kick. I'm like, I heard of the platform, but I've never been there. And then I created an account recently. I'm like, oh, so Kick's like Twitch, but not Twitch. So we'll see. So I'm gonna see how Kick rolls. So some days you may not see me on YouTube at all. In fact, I'll probably be on Kick more often than YouTube. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, my perception had to change on a lot of things. And when I shifted my perception, the world around me started to shift. Because it starts right here. And then the outside world starts to shift. I used to, when I used to walk here being very negative, I didn't come here all the time, like maybe once a year or something. I'm like, why do people like nature? Like, what's so good about nature? It's boring. It's fucking boring. That was my perception. Now I understand why people love nature so much. It brings them a sense of peace and calmness. Because the current busy world, like the productive world, the working world, is full of noise and distractions. Lots of distractions and noise. How can you hear anything hear guidance when you can't even hear like anything when there's so much noise and things going on? It took me a long time to get a lot of, and to Caillou Does the Internet. If this was 2018, so what, 8 years ago? You could say I was probably maybe more on the precipice of being schizo, because I had like 10,000 voices screaming in my head, and I was like, ah! And I had enough. I was at my breaking point. And that breaking point was what changed everything for me. It didn't happen right away. It took a full year later for things to sort of, unfold. But it was the starting point. But now it's just one voice. And that voice is by this creation, and I have to watch the voice. And I'm like, but it doesn't speak that often. But when I do hear it, hello. When I do see it or hear it, I'm like, what are you saying right now? Is this in alignment right now, mind? I don't think so. You're attempting to play small again. You're not here to play small. You're not here to hide. You're not here to, shove your truth down so you can make other people feel comfortable. No. Your truth will trigger the fuck out of some people. It's just that simple. But when I'm triggering, that doesn't mean it's negative. It just means to bring it into your awareness so you can release what's holding you hostage. It's like, it's a great example, like an octopus sucking on your life force energy. It's just attached to you, and it won't get off of you. That's what's going on with some of you. There's a fucking octopus like stuck to you, or a squid, and it's just sucking out the life force out of you within your mind, and then it controls your nervous system, and ultimately you are where you are. But you can get out of that. If I did it, and I did it, then how the hell can anyone else not do it? Because I basically told myself a story that it was impossible to get out of, but yet I got out of it. That's why I said there are no truths in reality except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth, whether you want to believe that to be true or not. That's your choice. And so my objective, not subjective, this is back then, my objective truth was the world is negative, everybody fucking sucks, and everybody needs to be purged and get off of this planet. But that's not the case anymore. I want everybody to be here. This world is amazing, and all of you are fucking amazing, even if you don't believe that to be true of yourself or of others. It's not the character, your meat suit. It is your mind that's that's controlling the game. It's either you have control over your mind or the mind has control over you. So that's why when people are doing some pretty questionable humanistic things like hurting another person, that's not the human, that's the mind being controlling the human, not the human controlling the mind. That's why they are where they are, because they forgot who they are, that they were the one in control of the mind all along, but they allowed the mind to take control because they just said it was easier for them. Hi Chelsea, good to see you. You live in the far north. Growth indicator. Exactly, Jordan. Spot on. So the thing that, Jordan, for you saying that, live your best life is full of shit, well, then it's full of shit. It's just that simple. What you tell yourself is going to be true. If you say that you can't live your best life, then you can't live your best life. It's just that simple. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not here to convince any of you of anything. I'm just here to do you. And if doing you is like living in a world of hate and negativity, then keep living in a world of negativity and hate, and you will experience more hate and negativity. Hello? Keep living in a world of negativity and hate, and you will keep feeling that because you are a self-fulfilling prophecy loop. And in order for you to break that loop, you're going to have to, you're going to have to sever the perception of the world around you and start to see, why do you think the things you think? Because once upon a time, as a child, you weren't saying that the world or living a life of joy was shit. In fact, you were just living it. As you became an adult or a teenager, you started to form opinions because of the world around you. And the world told you a story, but guess what? You get to be the one that tells the story now. That's my whole purpose here, is that you get a choice to decide. And if you still say, but I can't choose and I don't have the decision, that in itself is a decision, because it's a paradox. Because you keep saying that if I can't choose or decide, is giving power to that choice that you can't choose and decide. That's still a choice. Most people don't understand how the mind works. That's why they are where they are. I finally figured it out. And I want more of you to figure it out before it's too late for yourselves. And like 50 years passes by, and like now some of you may not be able to walk properly. Some of you may not be able to speak properly. Some of you might have some sort of disease. I don't want that for any of you, just so you know. Because you just decided to let life tell you how life is supposed to be. No, you get to decide. You get to choose in every present moment. Let those words land. You get to decide in every present moment what your life gets to be. But the reason why it's not going to happen right away is because the mind has invested emotion into the experience that you currently have, and it has told you that it's real and true. And yes, you did live that experience. But let's say, for example, and I'll give a great example. Somebody who's been in an abusive relationship for 20 years, right? They've been with a partner for 20 years, right? And they finally decided that they had enough. But now, because of 20 years of the mind with emotional he was like, yeah! With the mind of emotional investment towards that negative experience. Well, of course, it's like, how can you just overwrite something that's been building up for 20 fucking years? It's going to take a little bit of time, because now you're starting to gain control over the mind, but the mind's still going to hold on to that story because it's such a big pile of energy that you've invested. And in order to start tipping the scales to the other side of what you do want to experience, you're going to have to start to take smaller steps, little by little. Can it happen overnight? It sure can, but most people won't be able to do it because the mind has control over them, not the other way around. But you know, the funny thing is, you always have control even when you're out of control, because you're still choosing. It really comes down to a choice and decide. That's it, nothing more. So you can say, in your opinion, that living your best life is full of shit, then it will be a full of shit. Just that simple, because you've decided to give emotion and power to that train of thought. You can still argue all you want. I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to share with you that you have the power to shift and choose whenever you choose to. It's just that simple. And the reason why, when I say it is just that simple, the mind will not allow it to be simple, because the mind doesn't strive on simplicity. It hates simplicity. And I said it yesterday, the mind will keep rejecting simplicity. It always is striving for complexity. Always, in every present moment, it's always striving for complexity. And it's always looking for some complex answer, but the complex answer is actually very simple. Decide right now that you get to live your best life. Just that simple. And walk that fucking path. And lock the fuck in. Why is it that some people are given that ability and some aren't? It's not because some were born with advantages, right? Some had a silver spoon in their mouth as soon as they were born. But some came from absolutely nothing and they built themselves up. Because they knew the power of the mind, and they did it. So for some of you who might have been born rich and you're complaining, or your parents are well off and you're still complaining, what's your excuse? Yeah, I'm gonna call some of you out now. What's your excuse? There are people who had nothing and they built it and they did it. They had nothing. And when I say nothing, let me rephrase that. They had very, very, very less opportunities or ability based on the physical resources that was presented for them. Some people were dealt a very unfortunate hand. Like the hand you're looking at, fuck, I can't win with this hand. Whereas others were given a fucking royal flush. Instant win. But the ones who have the instant win deck or hand, they're just throwing it away. Some of them, not all, but some of them are throwing it away. Because they allowed the world to tell them a story. I let the world tell me a story for 20 some odd years. After the age of 13, or after the age of 12 really, from 13 to 34, I spent my entirety hating the world, because the world kept showing me over and over that people are hateful, they're awful, they're mean, they're cruel. I have to trust nobody. I have to protect myself at all costs. And yes, please do always protect yourself at all costs, right? We know that there are people's minds that are currently not in alignment and with themselves, and they're doing some pretty protect yourself, but still know that you have the power to not bring things like that into your existence either. In my existence, there is none of that. Doesn't mean I'm ignorant. I know that shit like that can happen still. The universe can throw you a fucking curveball at any time. But then it's how you attribute the meaning to it. Now, of course, if someone were to randomly come up to me right now on the trail and start punching me in my face, do you think I'm going to stand there and just be smiling? Fuck no. But I'm not going to hurt the person, because I know that their mind has controlled the human, but I'll restrain them as best as I can without getting into an altercation. But I don't call that kind of stuff in my experience, because I don't expect it. Again, the universe could throw you that curveball, but I don't put that expectation out, because what you expect is what you're going to get. So if you expect bad things to happen, or you expect to live a bad life, congratulations, y'all. You'll be living that bad life, because you keep saying that you're living a bad life, because you keep choosing and deciding to have that bad life, because the world keeps telling you a story over and over that you have to live a bad life. But that's not true at all. You get to decide in every present moment what life is like. Morning. You get to decide in every present moment what life is like. That's a bar. Write it down. Simple. But Orion, it's not that simple. Okay. Well, you've decided it's not that simple. That's how simple it is. Because you've decided it's not simple. That's how simple it really is. Paradox. I came to bring the awareness of how words work, how to use your words, but to know that you can live your best life. And if you don't want to subscribe to the live your best life, then here's another way of saying it. Live the life by your design, okay? Not by default. Live it the way you choose to. If you want to be negative and pessimistic and realistic, fake realistic, then live it. If it's bringing you joy, go for it. I'm not here to judge your experience. I'm the last person that's going to judge anybody for their experience. But if you're wanting to be right all the time and you want to just be morally superior over everybody because you got to be right and that's bringing you joy, then do it. Go for it, by all means. I'm what we call a very direct speaker on YouTube. You're not going to run into a lot of YouTubers speaking like this. You know why? Because they're either afraid to speak like this, because they have an image. Morning. They have an image to uphold because they're using the external. They really want to say stuff, but they're not saying stuff. And some are, how do I say this? They're holding back and they're using your insecurities and your lack of confidence to gain your viewership, your subscriber number, and become like a customer eventually. I don't care about that. If you want to work with me, work with me. If you don't, I don't give a fuck. As long as you live your best life, I don't care. The more of you who are living your best life, the more happier the world is. And the less I have to do. And not just me, but the others who came here to do the same thing that I'm doing. Right? So the more of you who live a life of joy and happiness, the more the world will be more joyful and happy. It's just that simple. But too many people are been caught up in and ensnared in the collective hive mind called the negative hive mind, with like people are not to be trusted. That type of people, like, stay away from them. They're dangerous. That type of people, really? Huh? We're human. We all eat to some degree. We all drink. We all have a heart, most of us, unless it's a mechanical one, but most of us have like a biological heart that pumps blood around our body. Some of us have 46 chromosomes. Some of us have 47 chromosomes. We all have a thinking brain, provided you're using it. We all have at least eyes. Some can't see. We all have ears, but not all can hear. But you have a body. Not all have arms and legs. But at the core, we're all the same. You just took on labels and indoctrinations and all that stuff and called it you. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If it's helping you in your life and you're living your best life, use it. Use it. There's nothing wrong with any of it. But it's when you start to but that's wrong, and this is wrong, and this is my way, I'm the right way, and all this stuff. Then that means you're just closing up your perception, and you're just skewed to a little range. That's why, for me, my parents, my dad is Catholic, my mom is Christian. So I'm Christian Catholic by designation of birth, because of their designations that they've decided to be. But I decided to read Islamic texts, Hindu texts, Muslim texts, Jewish texts, Sufism, Mayan, Egyptian, Nordic. There is Nordic texts out there too. And I wanted to be a student that understood it all, which I did, from a dualistic perspective, meaning to just be open to what they are saying. And they are all attempting to allude to the same thing that everybody is attempting to figure out right now. And there's quite a few people who have figured it out in this world. And I don't need to help them. They're good. Like, they are fucking good. They are living their best life. They are. But for the rest, different story. But I have to shift my perceptions on a lot of things, like helping people. I didn't want to help anybody. This mind, I'm going to be real with y'all. Like I have been real this entire time, but I'm going to be extremely real now. This mind, exactly. This mind doesn't want to help anybody. You know what it wants to do? It wants to say this, basically. It doesn't want to help anybody. And I'm not fighting against the mind. Because I told the mind, like, you don't want to help people, but I want to help people. So you get to decide, you want to work with me, or we can fight within ourselves and have an internal conflict. Many people are having that internal conflict within themselves, not knowing that they have an internal conflict. That's why this mind, I can see it for what it's doing. And why it's doing what it's doing is so I can see what's happening in other people's minds. Because the minds kind of operate in a similar fashion. Very paradoxical. Like this morning, I'll share something with you all. I had a very weird dream. Fucking weird. I went to bed, peace, joy. I was like, good. I woke up, I'm like, and I don't call them dreams, I call them sleep visions, because that's what they are. They're visions. So I was walking in the same trail, and by the hill where we go backwards, where I start walking backwards up, I stopped there just before the actual hill, and there was a group of women with wonderful dogs, and they had a trolley with a cat. And the cat had like a bow tie and everything. And the cat was just like sitting, chilling. It was like sitting like a human, sort of, with the tail through its like the bottom piece. Anyways, a random dog came out of nowhere, not part of that group, and chased the cat away. I'm like, okay, what the fuck's going on in this? What the hell is going on here, right? So then I went. And I'm in a different part of the trail, like where there's like a cliff like this. There's a cliff thing here, right, when I'm coming down. Right, so I'm like going down. Hey, I'm great, you? Good, enjoy your day. And speaking of that, she has cats in her, synchronistic moment. She has cats in her trolley. Look at that. I know you all can't see that, but there's a woman that has cats in her little trolley thing. Anyways, magic right there. So, and it wasn't her cats, but I went and I saw these bigger like cats. They look like mountain lions or cougars. And I like, oh shit, don't go into that like patch of forest, because they're gonna come out. Like, I went from my trail to like a different part of the trail that looked more like a jungle, sort of like this. Then all of a sudden I'm at the cliff, and there's these fucking tigers coming at me and clawing me to death. I died in my sleep vision, just so you all know. I died. I felt the pain in the body. Like, I felt it. Now, I'm like, I woke up, I'm like, like gasping for air for a moment. And I'm like, what the fuck was that about? So I took a moment this morning and I asked myself, all right, subconscious, what was the reason for that? We could have perceived that as a very negative experience, but I chose to see the meaning or the metaphors behind that experience. So what that was like unconscious fears that needed to permeate in a physical form for me to see it for what it is and to trust the unseen, even when you can't see the next step. that was my message this morning for myself. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, I've heard it before, but it had to play out with using cats essentially and dogs. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I literally died in that sleep vision. Like, I'm dead. Like, the tiger, just like, there was two of them, a big one and like a more like a child one, sort of like with its mom, and just like clawing me to death. I'm like, fuck. But I could have chose to keep thinking that was like a very negative sleep vision, or I could choose in every present moment to see the meaning behind it for what it is and shift the perception. That's the power that we all have. You have the power to shift your perception in every present moment. If you think you can, cool. If you think you can't, also cool. Either way, you're always going to be right. What's up, Todd? You're good, Suhil. Welcome. So, wait, did you say I'm late or you're late? Oh, you said I'm late. No, you're not late. You're never late. You are where you're supposed to be in every present moment. You're good. Todd, I trust you're doing good. Suhil, I trust you're doing great. I trust you all are doing amazing. We're talking about perception. And when you shift your perception of the world and inside of you, you will see different. When you change the way you look at things, this is a Wayne Dyer's quote, even though technically no quotes belong to anybody because it comes from within, and within is itself just permeating through your vessel. Just like that's a bar, write it down, came from Nero, but it's not really from Nero, it's from itself through Nero. Anyways, when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. When you change the way you look at life, life will look differently. When you change the way you perceive things, things will be perceived differently. It's just that simple. So if you perceive, like, for example, this water as dirty and gross, and I wouldn't touch it with my hands, then that's your current perception of the water. Or you can change the perception, like, you know, this water, it's calming, it's soothing, it has this nice like glow to it, nice sheen, nice brightness to it. That's changing your perception. You get to decide. And perception and perspective go hand in hand. They're two sides of the same coin. Perception is how you see something. Perspective is where you're seeing it from. So I'll be talking about perspective tomorrow because it goes hand in hand. I say that perception leads... So Nero would say perception leads to projection, which is true because ultimately all of it's going to be projected outwards from you. But I think it goes perspective, perception, projection, and creates the loop. So there's actually three, not two. But it's important, like, what you currently telling yourself about the world, that's what you're going to experience. That's just it. Plain and simple. Nothing more, nothing less. If you truly believe that the world is negative, like I did for 20 years, then the world will be negative. So Orion, how does someone change their perception? Well, either a couple things has to happen with that person. Number one, they had enough. They want change so badly that they will do anything in their power to go and get that change. They are gonna go and start doing things a little bit differently because they're fed up. They're done. Like it's a breaking point. Mine was a breaking point. Mine had to come through a breaking point. Or another way is that something external, even though it's not really external, it's still you projected out, right? Because this is just a mirror. All this is a mirror. Even though I'm standing on this rock, this is still a mirror in the inner world. Or the external will come and give you a bitch slap for you to wake the fuck up. That's what's going to happen. Either you had enough, breaking point, and you want to shift, or something externally will come and say, and will just bitch slap you to wake the fuck up. And that could be a person, a situation, an opportunity, or an event that will present itself in your physical world that will then lead you down the path that you're supposed to have walked this entire time. But you get to choose in every present moment what your life gets to be like. And if you say, but I don't have a choice, Orion. Well, you have the choice to say you have no choice, Orion. That's the paradox of the mind. Because you're still choosing to say those words. And as you're saying those words, you're creating emotions behind those words in the background. And those emotions in the background is holding you hostage. It's holding you hostage. If there's anything any of you ever take away from me, let it be this. You have the power in every present moment. You too, brother. Cheers. You have the power in every present moment to change your life. I'm not talking about the external. I'm talking about the internal. The external will just follow soon enough after the internal has been done. You stay that course and you will see it shifting. See you later. Have a great day. It will change as a byproduct. Cause, effect. Outside world is the effect. The inside world is the cause, but a lot of people are changing an effect by changing an effect, by taking more action. But they still end up with the same sort of result. It may look like you might have a different result, but they haven't shifted internally. I have a great example. You're in a relationship with a man or a woman. Y'all break up. Right? Y'all break up, and then you have another relationship with another man or woman. Different person, but almost the same experience. You're changing the effect, essentially. The other person is just another effect. But same experience is sort of happening. And you still haven't figured it out. So then you break up and you have another partner. This is why so many people end up with so many different people, and then they say, fuck it, because why, what's the point? That person will never change. Everybody's just a mirror of you, or a reflection of you to some extent. But at the same time, not everybody is a reflection of you either. They are their own damn reflection. So you have to have discernment. This is where that skill comes into play. So now that you're in your 5th relationship, this time you're going to do things a little bit differently. You're going to focus on you internally. That doesn't mean being selfish, because a lot of people have that negative connotation. That's focusing on you because you're starting to give to yourself. So as you give to yourself, you can give more to others because you have enough for yourself. Most people are giving to others without giving to themselves first. We've been taught backwards. It's not about being selfish, it's about honoring yourself. It's actually the most noble thing you can actually do is to give to yourself first before you give to others. As you have more, then you can give more and you show up more fully. That's a bar, write it down. If your bottle is like almost dry with nothing and you're attempting to give them water, but you don't even have enough for yourself, then what's the point? I have an infinite storehouse of energy when it comes to like sharing. Of course, the physical body has to sleep and all that kind of stuff, right? But I have an infinite storehouse of energy to keep giving because I always give to myself. Every time I'm giving to you, I'm always receiving back to myself. The law of reciprocation. I almost didn't say that word properly. The law of reciprocation. Or the law of circulation is really what it's called. Most people are not doing the circulation. Most people are, it's either that or that, and never giving back. So it's either giving all and not receiving, or it's taking all and not giving. No balance whatsoever. So when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. So when you start to focus internally and you start to love yourself and start to honor yourself and have boundaries and have this in place, and just so you know, your boundaries can either help you or hinder you. That's a bar, write it down. Your boundaries are the borders to what you will actually experience. So if you say that you can only have this, that's your boundaries that you put. And that's the borders that you've put around your perimeter of the infinite. And that's what you will experience. It's just that simple. Your boundaries and your beliefs are what you're going to experience. So if you say that I'm never going to be rich, then that's what you're going to get. It's just that simple. Hi. If you believe that you're never meant to be successful, guess what? Because your words have so much power. You all have to realize that the power of your words are what's actually shaping your reality. Even though you're not changing reality, you're shaping your inner world, and your outer world is becoming a byproduct of your inner world. Based on the words you're saying and the beliefs. And what are beliefs and thoughts? Just words on repeat with emotion, energy and motion, energetic world. I highly recommend some of you to go on YouTube if you can and look up the double slit experiment. I'm sure some of you have heard that experiment, the double slit experiment. Particles will change based on observation. Even if you don't observe it, it'll either go through one slot, but if you observe it, it can go through. Even though you're not observing, it can go through both slots, but even if you observe it, it will go through just one slot, but it still ends up on the other one. But you're like, how? Because it's a double slit experiment. Congratulations. Wait, got 50. I'm down today. I'm good, how are you? You're not down, Doc. You are where you're supposed to be. It's okay to feel the feeling. Morning. You feel whatever feeling you need to feel, Doc. You're not down, but it's just perception of what down might feel like. But you're not actually down. It could be worse, right? Everything's known in comparison. You could be, what is it? I don't know if a higher number is worse or a lower number. I don't know the scale of the 57. So if 57 is a low number, then it could be even lower. It could be like 3,200, right? So it's just a matter of like, the only reason why you feel down is because you were risen. That's another bar, write it down. You were up at one point, but now this is what life's going to do. But you have the power to alter your thoughts and your feelings, feel what you need to feel, alter it, and then move up. Need less than 1,000. Require less than 1,000. Okay. It's okay. This guy's back. This guy's back. He has so much he's infatuated with me that he comes back and trolls again. But it's okay. I'm not even going to read any of his messages. Welcome back, Mr. No Filter for you. Let out all that pent-up anger that you have for me or to the world on this stream. I'll take your negative energy and I will absorb it. Wherever you are is wherever you are, all of you. So if you truly perceive that something is going to be tough or difficult, or it's not working out for you, then unfortunately that's what the law of reality is going to give you, because you are the lawmaker of your reality. Again, we're not here to change reality. You're focusing internally and your reality becomes a byproduct of your internal world. The world will continue to keep selling you this idea. You must change your reality. Change your reality. You're not changing reality. You are mastering yourself by having mastery over the mind, and your reality will then be a byproduct. Morning. Right? So the more you continue to shift internally, your external will shift. It's just that simple. Cause, effect. It is one of the universal principles. You can attempt to go against universal principles, but you're going to get punished every time when you go against universal principles. Here's a great example. Electricity. Electricity will shock both good people and not so good people. It doesn't discriminate. It's impersonal. you use electricity incorrectly, it will shock you, quite literally. Just like gravity, you misuse gravity, you're going to get punished one way or another. But if you use gravity for its principle, for what it is, it will help you. That's what the universe is. It's based on impersonal energy. It doesn't care what you do. That's why so many people are getting away with a bunch of bullshit, right? For us humans, we say bullshit because, some of us don't like the things that other people are doing, but, they're living their best life doing unquestionable things. Whereas others who are good people, but they have terrible frequency, the universe punishes those. That's a bar. So-called bad people have great frequency, and good people who actually care about the world tend to usually have not so good frequency. And when I say people, I'm referring to frequency. I'm referring to the mind itself. Because it's not the human character, it's the mind that's controlling the human, the puppeteer, essentially. Good morning. Right, so it's the mind that's controlling the human, not the other way around. It should be the human controlling the mind. I do apologize if there's really important things in the chat. I will read later, but I know that there's a brother who's going to be spending probably like an hour trolling until he's given up. So I'll let him keep feeding the chat. Thank you for feeding the algorithm, by the way, Notify for you. I went and I saw your channel too. I'm like, okay, I see what you're about. You are where you are based on your frequency. No insult. That's just where you are. But yeah, when you shift your perceptions, y'all, when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. When you change the way you look at life, life will look differently. When you change the way you perceive things, everything will be perceived differently, if you choose to. Because it all comes down to a choice. But the moment you choose, you must decide and lock in and go with it. Whether that's positive or negative. Majority get forced into the negative because of the world around them. And they've taken on a bunch of, experiences that showed them that the world is a very hard and difficult and very annoying, and I'm gonna destroy that person kind of like mentality, like an eye for an eye. That's what the world is right now, an eye for an eye, right? I refuse to subscribe to an eye for an eye, and I also don't subscribe, and I will not entertaining third dimensional or second dimensional comments that have no relevancy to our chat, that wants to always be right. And by the way, for those who are wanting to be morally right and superior, you are. There you go. You're morally superior and right. Enjoy it. I will be wrong in every present moment for you, and that's fine. Now you can keep doing what you're doing. I've given you what you're looking for, right? I submit that you're right. And that's it. I'm not here to play your games, though. Morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
It's okay. Can make no complaint.
Exactly. No complaining.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. How's everything, though? Good?
So far, yeah.
Good.
Something don't go right, but they can make no complaints,
Right. You're choosing to see it differently.
84 or 80.
Right.
So, if you see it don't make no complaints, it's not too bad.
Exactly. You figured it out. You figured it out.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I'll see you in a bit.
Right.
Brother with his dog, he's 84. He's like, shit can happen, but like no complaints. He just handles it with grace. Good on him. Good on him for doing that. I used to complain a lot. I used to bitch a lot. I used to whine a lot, and I used to what's the other word? Worry a lot, and fear mongering. Lots of fear mongering. Be careful out there. Don't trust people, right? Like fuck people, right? But I had to change that because it wasn't benefiting me whatsoever. I had to shift my perspective and my perception on what was going on in this world. That's why I am where I am. I get to say this now, finally. I get to work with amazing clients 1 day a week. I can work 4 hours, I can work 8 hours. I'm very flexible with my hours on Mondays, which is awesome because Mondays is a good day to get everybody ready for their week ahead. All because I chose to see things differently. And I chose to change my perception of reality. Morning. When I started to change my perceptions on reality, my reality changed. But I wasn't looking to change my reality. I was looking to focus internally within. And as I changed within, a lot of answers that I was thinking I was missing, they showed up. They were right here, all along. Yesterday, there was a brother who came on. He's like, you should write a book. I'm like, all right, here's your book. Ready for it? You're the answer. You always had the answer. You will forever be the answer. All things exist here and now. Know that it starts with you and ends with you. And that live in the present moment with as much fun and joy. There's your fucking book. Congratulations. Go pay me $100 for that book now. That's your book. But humans require context, unfortunately. I've talked to the river many times. Many times. Man, you just... His fingers are hot today to type. He hasn't been on for a couple days, so he's filling in the missing time that he hasn't been here. I want him to share everything. I want him to just let it all out because, like, he's got pent-up stress or anger or resentment to something in the world, and if he's got to use me as his, like, punching bag, go for it. I'm okay with it. No problem. Remember, look, I honor thyself by telling you, Mr. Notify for you that you're morally superior and right to me. There. I bow down. The all-knowing, I bow down to you. I don't need to play the games. I don't have to. I've done the same thing that Notify for you is currently entertaining in the chat. I've done it for years. I know the game. I've been there. Enjoy your day. Bye. What else do I want to talk about perception? Because there's still a little bit more. Sooner or later. That's all I'm going to leave for now. Sooner or later. So let me get back to finishing up perception. What time is it? 10:16. You know, yesterday I was talking to CJ, who came on the stream, and he asked me some pretty good questions. I really enjoyed our conversation yesterday. He told me he couldn't really figure out the whole perception thing. And I trust that whatever I shared with him, it landed. His soul knew what I was saying, but his mind might have still been potentially getting in the way. But I trust that whatever he needed to know he heard what he needed to hear. But regarding perception, I was sharing with him, like, when you slow down, you get to see more. Because you're viewing it from a different lens now. Because you're using the lens of slowing down, and your perception of what you can view will start to widen. That's why, like, for me, like, I started to just, like, my perception was like this for a very, very long time. I can only see this, but now it's as wide as I can possibly imagine presently. Only because I've done my best to slow down my internal clock and my internal, like, thought processes and way of being. Again, not everybody is not everyone is going to, unfortunately, get to this stage of life, because I want everybody to get to the point where they're just so calm and relaxed and nothing phases them. Because when you start focusing internally and you know that the world is just an illusion anyways, you just, like, you don't care. It's not that you don't care about the outside world, you don't care what is going on. Like, you focus so wholly and intentfully right here. But when you start to slow down, your perception starts to go up and you start to see more. You start to notice things. Like I was mentioning yesterday, a story, I said it already, but I'll share it again. Pretty powerful story of a brother who lived in New York for 50 years, and he worked downtown Manhattan. He'd walk by Fifth Avenue and Broadway, which is where the Macy's store is, every day. He worked down there for 25 years, so half of his life, up until that moment. And there was a store down there that he had never seen before. Morning. There was a store down there that he had never seen before, because something shifted internally that allowed him to start to perceive more things. And he went into the store. It was like a spiritual-ish store, but it was downtown. And he went into the store and he asked, "Hey, I've never noticed the store. Is this store new?" And one of the employees said to him, "No, this store has been around for about 25 years. What's the moral of the story? Because when he opened up his perception, he was allowed to see more things. There are certain things in reality right now that's going to be invisible to some of you, unfortunately. Or maybe it could be fortunate for now. There was a lot of things that were completely invisible to me that I didn't know. And I would be right alongside some of you who are, playing the game on the chat right now, who are leaving whatever comment you're leaving. Like I said, 10 years ago, I'm right there with Notify for You and Caillou Does the Internet or whatever, and Phoenix or whatever his name was. I'd be right alongside you. I'd be like, yeah, let's attack that guy. Let's gang up on him. Let's beat him up in the chat by, like, insulting him and throwing him a bunch of, like, shade, so he reacts and gets triggered and he gets stirred up and we get an emotional reaction, and so that we can feel better about ourselves and bring him down so we can feel better about ourselves. That's what some of you are doing. I already know the game because I played it. But I changed my perception. And in fact, when any of you leave your hate comments towards me now, I just say, like, okay, it's just a bunch of words by a screen. Like, it's on the screen. I'm just talking to a screen, literally, even though there are other people on the other side. But I'm just talking to a screen with made-up words that can mean absolutely nothing if I choose for it to mean nothing. So I get to decide in every present moment if I entertain certain words or if I don't. So if someone wants to call me the N-word, they want to call me, a fool, they want to call me an asshole, they can call me whatever they want, but I can just take those words and just dissolve it. Right? Because I changed my perception. A year ago, for those of you, if you had been on my other channel, if some one of you, like Caillou Does the Internet or Notify for You, would have been on my chat, I'd have been, like, heated, anger, frustrated. I'd be like, fuck you, you piece of shit. Right? I should come there and like teleport and whoop your candy ass. That's what would have been me a year ago. Not anymore, because I figured out, like, hello, Orion, you did the same thing too. It's based on their level of awareness. You can't fault them. There's no blame. They are where they are based on their frequency. Nothing more, nothing less. No matter where you go, there you are. That's another bar, by the way. You can attempt to outrun your frequency, but you'll never outrun your frequency. You have to shift your frequency internally. So like another story is, you hate the city that you live in. And you want a different experience. And yeah, you'll have a different experience in a different city for sure. But something's going to lead, something's going to lead down the road where it'll end up being the same like the city you just left. Why is that? Well, it's simple. You may have changed locations, but you didn't change internally. You didn't shift internally. So what you're still feeling on the inside will still be mirrored out on the outside with different people, circumstances, situations, or an event. That's why I say, no matter where you go, there you are. And that's truly a bar. And if you really take that in for a moment, no matter where you go, there you are, right? At the end of the day, you're always with yourself. The moment you go to bed, even if you're with your partner, you're going to bed with yourself because it's you. And you can't outrun your frequency. Thank you, Nero, for that one, by the way. You can't outrun your frequency because your frequency is you. It's your current state of being. You can attempt to be ignorant of that, and that's fine. Be ignorant all you want, but that's the life that you'll be living, a life of ignorance. Don't be ignorant to what you actually are. And you are so powerful beyond measure, all of you, and you're so amazing, but you have to realize that for yourself. My message to all of you is just, you're amazing, live your best life. That's it. Do I need to spend like 5 hours on a stream? No, but I choose to, because I want you all to, I want it to land. Maybe one day Notify for you and maybe Caillou Does the Internet may actually change your perception of me, because there were a couple people on my other stream who didn't like me in the beginning either, and I wasn't there to change their opinions about me. But over time, our bond, we actually started to understand each other. That's because I also shifted my perception of them too. I'm not here for you to like me. I'm not here for you to applaud me or approve of me or give me permission or looking for permission or validation. I already have that for myself. I've given it to myself, and nothing can ever be taken. And this is another bar, by the way. Whatever you've given yourself internally can never be taken away from you externally, unless you give power to the external to take it away from you internally. That's not a bar. That's a fucking verse. You give yourself the power internally, nothing externally can ever take that from you. Ever. Because you've given it to yourself internally. But too many are focused on the outside world. And when something gets taken away from them, they start whining and bitching. And they start complaining and throwing a hissy fit. Being very third dimensional. Actually, no, being more second dimensional. You're like words on a page at that point. You're not even a third dimensional character. Because your perception goes down. All because you forgot that all the answers start right here. I hate to break it to you. Some of you, like I said, whoever's leaving, whatever, I'm not reading a lot of the chat, so if I'm missing some of your stuff, it is what it is. But for those of you who are wanting to be morally superior over me right now, I'm giving it to you right now. Look, I bow down, Your Highness, that you know more than me and that you're better than me. Because I'm not playing the games that you're playing, but I'll let you play your games and have fun. So I bow down that you're morally superior and you're all right and I'm wrong and I don't know a damn thing and I'm an idiot and I'm a loser towards like your perception of me. So that you can feel better about yourself. I hope that made some of you happy, by the way, because I want you to be in joy. I really do. Now, of course, in my inner world, that's not the case. Not even close. because I've given everything that myself, that I'm not lacking or missing anything. I wonder if Caillou does the internet and Notify for You are tag teaming me right now in the chat. I wonder if they're like, yo, we should team up against this guy. Let me see what's going on in chat for a moment. I know it made you happy, T-Bray. Let's see. Yeah. Good to see you, by the way, T-Bray. We're playing today, by the way, T-Bray, just so you know, because I'm not gonna be streaming all day. So I'll be done all my workout and we'll be playing around like 7. It's Tuesday as well, so you know, I don't know if anything new comes out. Let me know if there's any updates, bro. I'll still turn on the laptop early and just make sure the game is updated, just in case, because it is Tuesday. So yeah, for T-Bray, I'll do it again. T-Bray, bro, I submit to your will. I submit that you are morally superior to me in every possible way, that I am your little brother, and that you know more than me, you're better than me, and you can squash me at any time. I submit to you, oh Master T-Bray. I hope that made you happy even more. Yes, exactly. Is there in Star Wars, is there a rank less than Padawan, or is that like the lowest you can be? Is that the lowest you can be in Star Wars? I don't know, because I haven't really watched all the Star Wars movies fully. I should really get onto watching them. I only watched episode 1 because I like Darth Maul. That guy was awesome. I love Darth Maul. He's got that red double saber. Yeah. Yeah. I've done that before on my other channel, but it was more emotional when I did that. There was a couple brothers who were like, I was attempting to share my point, but it wasn't coming through, and we're just getting into it. I'm like, let me get down on the knees and like tell them, look, this is what it is. Let me see. Yoda is pretty cute. Oh, and with Yoda, he has that quote, do or don't do, there is no try. That word try, yeah, it has like this really, well, it depends on the context of how you use the word try. Like I was talking about the word try a couple days ago, and perception of that word. Like the perception that I had on try was like, lackluster hope kind of energy. Like, I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard. But then, of course, there's another way of using the word try. Like, I'm going to try that slice of pizza over there. I desire to try that slice of pizza over there. Can I have that pizza over there, that slice? That one right there. I'm going to try that slice. See how words can be used in different variations, and that's the thing about words. They're ever so changing. They're very fluid, but they also have their, how shall I put this? Pros and cons to them. And that's leads into perception again, how you perceive your words. Do you perceive them as because you can read something, right, like text, and this is a big one, and I know all of us, every single one of us on the planet has been got tripped up with this. when you read someone's text, whether it's a comment or you're reading text, texts are very, it doesn't have tonality. It doesn't have, we have to create, we fill in a missing blank with our emotions with the words that someone else uses, right? That's why I'm not getting heated with anybody in the chat. Like if they're calling me a piece of shit or whatever, like it is what it is, right? I can just dissolve the word. But, you know, if you're and I've gotten heated many, many times. T-Bray and I, we've had many different, like, misinterpretations in my other channel. Because, like, in the beginning, in the beginning with me and T-Bray, I thought T-Bray was a troll. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna share a story quickly. I thought T-Bray was a troll, and I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? What is he saying, right? Because that was my level of awareness back then, and misinterpreting his words. When in actuality, even though he may not have agreed with a lot of things I was sharing, we still were kind of leading to similar like aspects, right? And so with him specifically, I have to like, you know, me and him, we actually talk on Discord, like we call each other. I hear his voice, we chat. So like I know, like whenever I see his words now, I understand it. I get where, because I can hear his voice when he's typing, basically, his comments. Same with Olga, right? I get where she's coming from now too, because I heard her voice many times. We had many calls together. So I know what she sounds like, and I know how she's, you know, framing her words. For the rest, back then, on the channel, on the other one, I was making my own assumptions, right? And that's what we tend to do. We make assumptions right away before we ask a question. Is T-Bray or Olga saying what I think they're saying? Let me clarify. Hey, T-Bray, are you meaning what you just said about XYZ, or can you help me to understand? This is where emotional intelligence comes into play. Instead of reacting to like, that person said that to me, what the fuck? And then start going into chaos when they really didn't mean it in that way because of tonality, right? And then ultimately, guess what happens? You're perceiving it incorrectly, and then this is why the world is doing this right now. A lot of this is happening because of just misinterpretations. Some people are actually saying, Orion, you're a fucking asshole and I don't like you. I'm not misinterpreting that at all. I clearly know that you don't like me, and that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Or Orion, I really, really think you're a cool dude. I'm also not misinterpreting that. I understand that. Right? But like, this is what happens on the internet, right? Especially when you're live streaming and you can't speak with someone with their voice. This is why I would love if YouTube, hello, I've been asking for this feature, to have the ability to have somebody raise their hand like Zoom, and then they can just like unmute themselves, and then they can share what they want to share. So they don't have to type, they can just share what they want to share. So for me, I had to shift my perception of like the chat big time. And I had to go through a whole bunch of hurdles with a lot of people back then. T-Bray was there for a lot of it. He saw, he's been with me for a very long time now. So he understands. Star Wars has some good lore, and Maul has a new TV show. It was good. Oh, I didn't even know that. Nice. I like Darth Maul. He's my dude. That's my homie right there, Darth Maul. Or Darth Maul, not Dark, Darth Maul. $10.36. My basically the whole point of this today's live stream is just to find a way within yourself, if you desire, desire a better quality of life, to just open up the perception a bit. And that's by slowing down and just relax, right? I got to, get a lot of mirroring from T-Bray as well. To like how he is. He's a very relaxed dude. That's why he is who he is and what he's doing. Morning. Now, when we're playing video games, not as relaxed, but you know, he's a very relaxed dude outside of video games. He's a good dude, though. A really good dude. And get on to start friggin' making videos, T-Bray. We'd be waiting to hear your voice. Come on, man. Come on, the world's waiting for you, dude. I want to see some videos. I want to see you doing what you want to do with the DJI Osmo Pocket or whatever it was. No, the DJI the Action Cam. We want to hear that Southern American accent. There's going to be so many people who are going to comment, man, I love this guy's voice. It's very soothing. Bet. Anyways, to get back to my point, you know, when I get to spend time with the dude, right, very chill, very relaxed guy, right? And then, you know, I started watching Cesar Millan. I've seen him before in the past, but like his show called Better Human, Better Dogs on YouTube showed me a lot of things, how he handles dogs, because dogs are energetic beings just like us, but you know, they operate via energy, like how you respond emotionally. So like if a dog's very tense, it's because they're tense because you're tense. So they're basically just a mirror of who you are. That's why there's certain people's dogs who are very chill and relaxed, and then there's dogs that are like out of control because internally, right, the human might be facing something that they're not aware of, and Caesar helps people to calm confidence, relax. And he handles their dog almost instantly, and he gets control of it within a short amount of time. And they're like stunned, like, how is Caesar doing it? Well, he's no different than you. The only thing is he recognized he has to be calm confidence. Of course, he'll bring a racket if it's a very dangerous situation, just in case, to hold the dog, you know, in place, right? Always safety first, but he's aware he's got to get the dog back into calm surrender. For us humans, calm confidence. For dogs or pets in general, calm surrender. Because the dog doesn't want to be the leader. The dog wants to be, you know, walking alongside you, not having to protect you all the time. So like watching Caesar was a great experience for me to know, okay, so really the answer to a lot of the things in life is to just relax and just calm. Like there's a moment where you have to amp up your energy. Like if you're dangling from a cliff, you're not going to be calm, but at the same time, you might want to be calm because that'll allow you to think better, to make your moves better. Because when you're more calm, right, of course adrenaline's going to rush and your emotions are going to kick in, like, oh shit, I'm going to fall off this cliff or whatever, right? Shit's going to happen. Life's going to throw you that curveball, right? But you have to do your best to remember to relax. It's kind of like the water, just chill. There's a lot of people, and this happened to me a lot. I was seeing red. That's not just an expression. That's an actual thing. When you're angry, your perception goes from like this to like this because you're laser focused, and you're like, and you start to see fucking red because you're angry. And there is an emotional vibrational scale from David R. Hawkins. You all can look it up. It's on Google. And it has like all the different levels of emotions. It goes from like apathy or despair. I think it's apathy at the bottom, all the way to enlightenment. And it goes from red to like purple. But I like to say it goes to pink. But you know. But this scale, right? This started helping me change my experience in my internal world to my external. Because I'm like, I want to be in the purple. I want to be in like the greens, the blues, and the purples. I don't want to be in the red. Fuck that. So that was like a physical like representation of like how I started to shift my perceptions internally, and then how everything I started to see things so vastly different. Nabito, what's up? What's up, bro? I didn't even know you were here, dude. Good to see you, bro. Ah, this is perfect. Nabito and I, we've been through, and I've said this, remember, I'm going to repeat myself a lot. So if some of you have heard this, I'm sorry, but I will repeat. Me and Nabito, we went through quite the experience. There was a day where I got down on my knees and I'm like, bro, like I'm just telling you, like, this is what I mean. And in the beginning, him and I, we were kind of like clashing and butting heads. He remembers, right? He remembers that time. And we were attempting to fucking understand each other. And this is the whole perception piece. And I was perceiving his words the way I could perceive it, but he wasn't meaning it the way he was attempting to share it. And he was perceiving my words in the way he was perceiving it, not the way that I was attempting to say it. This is how humans end up doing this shit. Until we finally like slowed down and we attempted to really like talk it out and like what was it that we were attempting to like share with each other. And like, this is what I really mean about da 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 da. And like, he also started sharing about his interpretations about things. I'm like, okay, cool. We are actually on the same page. We were just using different words, and we're kind of like, because we weren't perceiving each other's words the way we were attempting to share it with each other, we ended up clashing. So that's why like it's important to just have that even awareness alone. That awareness alone is so valuable. Like once you have it, you have it. Exactly. So, that's why I said like there's a couple who are on like Caillou does the internet, Notify for you, right? Like I'm not here to change your perception of me. I'm not here for any of that. I'm not here if you like me or if you hate me. You can hate me. You can disagree with me. I'm not here for you to agree with me at all. In fact, I said it yesterday. I don't care if anyone respects me, loves me, hates me, adores me, puts me on a pedestal, puts me below them, puts me as a piece of shit. I don't care. I've given everything to myself. I just want everyone to live their best life. Nothing more, nothing less. There was someone earlier named Jordan jumped on and saying, I think that saying living your best life is full of shit in my opinion. I'm like, well, if it's full of shit to you, then that's all it can be for you, right? Because you get to decide in every present moment what that is. Doesn't mean life's going to be all sunshine and rainbows, right? Life's going to throw you that curveball at times. It's going to like, But you get to be the one that chooses how you perceive it, right? You may not be able to control your first thought, but you can definitely control your second, third, and onwards. And if you don't control your second, third, fourth, fifth, millionth, you have the ability to eventually have control over your next thought at some point. That's a bar, write it down. So you get to shift your perception at any time. You really do. Choice. I have to go through my other channels live, like that stream, that channel, to understand or understand what was actually going on and what within myself, number one, and number two, to start to just relax. All's good. And as everything as I started to slow down and started seeing, and I know someone said Seymour, and every time I say Seymour, I'm also thinking Seymour, like a character's name, but I'm like, I should just say seeing more. Because I can say Seymour, and that is a person's name, but like you do get to see more. Maybe I should slow down saying it like that. You get to see more, right? Because I said Seymour, and it sounds like that perception, right, of a person's name, like Seymour Butts or whatever. Whoever was saying Seymour earlier. But I was thinking Seymour Guado from Final Fantasy X. Dude with blue hair, crazy looking hair. Fucking phenomenal hair, but crazy looking hair. He's got like this spiky bang thing going down. He's got like hair going down like that. I'm like, whoa. So anytime I think of Seymour, not Seymour, but Seymour, I think of that character. Anyways, that's beside the point. Perception of even words like that, right? Like, for example, I could say just is, but some of you probably think I said justice, but I didn't say justice. I said just is. But if you say it fast enough, it'll sound like justice. Have a great day. It'll sound like justice, but just is. That's why it's important to also kind of like slow down. And I am still improving upon slowing down speaking as well too. Because like you can say a lot and be lost in translation, or you can slow down, take that pause, and let people hear what you're actually attempting to get at. So you see the whole, that's another perception right there, being perceived by your words. Perception is basically like another way of another side of awareness. It's not quite awareness, but it is awareness to some extent. It's like a nuance of awareness. Everybody has that awareness built within them. It's just that, unfortunately, due to the noisy world, the awareness is lost presently. You still have it though, all of you. Because the moment I bring it into awareness, you now have it. The only difference is, will you use it? Right? It's like a muscle. Will you use the awareness muscle, or will you just discard it? But once you have heard it, you have it. And you've always had it. All I'm doing is just mirroring back what each of you already have within, but might be just either suppressed or currently drowned out because of the outside world. Because most people focus on the outside experience and not inside, like I did for many, many years of my life. I spent too many years spending like hating the world, and it's not a waste. It was all valuable data. So my experience was not like, man, why did I waste 20 years? Those 20 years had to happen for me to understand the game of reality. I could have been aware of it much sooner, but I also had to go through, it's a paradox, go through the suffering, the struggle, the hate, the dramas, the conflicts, the problems, the issues, the torment, the sadness, the rejections, the despair, insert the very negative, heavy words. I had to go through it so I can understand why. That was it. So I can help others understand why it's happening in their life, or what could be causing something to be happening in their experience. Nobito. Yeah, when we talked about the afterlife, that's what we were talking about. I remember that day. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I do remember the experience. Because right, sometimes it's not even what somebody says; it's how you feel after somebody says something. Right? It's a feeling. All right, so like most people like don't pay attention to what is being said, but how something is making them feel. Because you'll never forget the feeling. Whether it's positive or negative, you will always have that feeling etched with you going forward. You might block it out and suppress it, but that feeling's still there. The words are probably not as important, but it's the underlying energy behind the words. That's the important part. I'm probably going to wrap up the stream. Well, I'll end the stream when I get back to the house and do my workout and finish early. And one of my clients texted me this morning, and I was sharing this yesterday. Again, NDA, but I can't share too much. But I asked them yesterday, you better make sure you don't do anything for this week. It sounds counterintuitive, I know. But because he's tied his identity to always achieving and doing, I told him, well, who are you? This is perception, by the way. I'm like, who are you when you're not doing? Are you the same person? Or are you starting to perceive yourself as falling behind and lazy? And he told me yesterday, like, yo, Orion, like if I'm not doing, it feels like I'm failing. It feels like I have to keep performing. I have to keep doing, because if I don't, then shit will fall apart. I'm like, so you have a belief that if you don't do, things are going to fall apart. But what if I told you that even if you don't do, things will still be fine? So he texted me this morning. He's like, Orion, it feels very uncomfortable not to do anything right now, but I'm committed to not doing anything for this week. And I'm like, good. That's how it's supposed to be. I'm not saying to be lazy, but I'm saying that you have to. The goal for him and I, or for him, is to make sure his identity is not tied to doing. Because if there's a moment, right, where shit hits the fan, and he's tied his identity to always doing, when that doing gets taken away from him without choice, right? Let's say something just happens, unfortunately. Are you going to beat yourself up, or are you still going to know that you're still successful no matter what in every present moment? That's why they hired me to do what I do. So I told him, yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable, because you've decided that doing for you, for him specifically, is successful. There's nothing wrong with it. I told him there's nothing wrong. It's when you now identify with it, and when you can't do that, you're not successful. That's where the perception happens, where he's getting tripped up. And I told him, like, don't get tripped up with that. You're still successful. So the more and I told him, guess what? Let's say you take a break for a week. You probably will, and you slow down. You probably are going to get more insights now for your business than you ever had in all the time you were doing, because now you're starting to hear yourself. I know your mind's going to say, keep doing. No, don't listen to Orion. Don't listen. He's paying me very well, by the way. Don't listen to Orion. Don't listen to him. No. He's wrong. He's wrong. You got to keep doing. That's what the mind, because the mind has created its own story that he has to keep doing. He can do, but he has to know that whether he's doing or not doing, he's still successful and he's still being fulfilled. That's his journey right now. Because I asked him, where did this come from? It started in childhood. Most things start in childhood. He told me that, not to get too into it, he told me that if he didn't do something, he would get punished for it. So let's say he had chores. His dad would punish him for not doing it right away. And that in his household, when he was a child, everybody was tense and stressed. So they were always constantly doing. So I'm like, okay, so that's where it started. What was the most emotionally intense experience? And he told me, not going to get into that, but he told me what it was, and I'm like, okay, now you're going to have to go back and relive that moment. He's like, what? I'm like, yeah, you're going to have to go back and relive that moment, but you're going to do something differently. You're going to overwrite it. You're going to dissolve the emotions. You're going to probably get mad or angry or frustrated, or you're going to get sad or cry. I don't know what's going to happen, but you're going to feel everything fully. You're not going to die. You're safe in every present moment. But just remember, you have to let that glue, because I kept telling them, my clients, that emotions are like glue that's stuck to you, and you stuck like a patch to you, and now you got to get that patch off of your skin. And the only way to dissolve that glue, you can call it crazy glue, is to sort of using a metaphor of using warm water to sort of loosen the glue up so it can start to come off easier. Of course, crazy glue is really tough things. That's why emotions are like that. It's like crazy glue. You're gluing shit to yourself. And by feeling the feelings, it's dissolving the glue. And then once you've dissolved the glue, now you can start to overwrite the story, saying that it was okay that even if you didn't do your chores right away, that you were still safe and that you were still loved and you were still approved of and you're still accepted and you're still validated. You're not ignored, you're not unseen or unheard, that you didn't need your parents' permission, you always got your own permission. So this is his work this week, specifically. They told me it's okay to share some things, but I can't say their names and I can't tell you who they are. But so here we are. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of these things that any of you are experiencing in your life could be from childhood. Could be. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it could be from childhood. Thank you. Thank you, Chelsea. So, I'm going to leave the water in 2 minutes. I had amazing calls yesterday with my clients, all 6 of them. It took 9 hours. One of them needed some extra time though. Not him, but someone else. She needed that extra time. We had to unpack a fair bit, but she messaged me after and she feels like a burden was lifted. Thank you, you too. She feels like a burden has been lifted. Like she was carrying this like 10,000 pound backpack, she told me, and she felt like she dropped it. And now she feels so much lighter and freer. I'm like, that's how it's supposed to be. That's why, anyone who comes on the chat, I want you to let your hate out at me. I want you to be angry at me. I want you to hate me. I want you to throw your hate at me, because what that's ultimately doing is dissolving the glue within yourself, so that when you go out in the world, you're not hating anybody else. I can take your hate. Bring your hate to me. I will deal with it. I'm the perfect person. Now, I'm not asking to hate me, but like, if it has to come to that, go ahead and hate me. Throw your hate at me. I will take it and dissolve that glue. I'm the perfect person for this. Being the one who hated the world for 20 years. And just so you all know, my hate went beyond all of your third dimensional hate. I wore that as a badge of fucking honor. Now I don't care a shit about that badge of honor. So, any one of you that come on and like, I think you're blah 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 about reality, or I think you're going schizo or whatever. Bring your hate. Bring it on. And the reason why is because I want you to dissolve your glue. You see, I shifted my perception. Because I could take your hate and internalize it as truth of me, which it isn't, because I know my truth. And then come back out and be angry and frustrated with all of you. Or, and this is changing perception, take what you guys are dishing at me and let you dissolve the glue within yourself so that you can free yourself. Because some of you need to literally like let it out. You're pent up, you're frustrated, you're angry at the world, and you need to let it out. There's something called a rage room. If any of you have ever heard of a rage room, basically you go into a rage room, and what a rage room is you put on like protective armor, you wear like clothing that will not damage you. You get a bat and you start going to town. A bat, what are those things? Oh, what's the name of those things? They're black. They're iron. Well, they're not usually crowbar. Manifested the word. A crowbar. You get a crowbar, a bat, and you start to go to town on like keyboards and monitors, like old school stuff, and like break shit. That's a rage room, just so you know. You're just letting out all of that frustration and anger. You can say that this live stream can be your rage room. If you need to let it out, let it out. I don't take anything personally anymore. I used to, right? I'll look at some of the comments and like, okay, remember mine. This is not you. Like, you want to take the story that someone else is telling you about who you are. Remember, hello, what are you doing? They're just words. Dissolve it. That goes for any of you. If you're seeing anybody else in the chat saying anything very disrespectful towards yourself or to someone else, just let them be. Let them let them dissolve the glue within themselves. If it's making them feel better and is lightening their load, I'd rather them lighten their load so they can feel freer. It's important to feel these things. This is why I had to shift my perception on these things. Otherwise, I'd be caught up in the same traps, like everybody else who's caught up in the same traps. Yeah, I don't care about trolls. And good to see you, Olga. Yeah, I don't care. Like, I want everybody to feel free at this point. I'm not here for games. I'm not here for anything. I want everybody to feel free. If that means that you have to like get angry and you have to throw your hate at me, I'm the perfect person to throw the hate at. Olga knows that very well, right? She's seen my experience. I'm the perfect person to throw your hate at because I'm the one who will take the hate and convert it and transmute it. Because I understand the principles of reality. And so does Olga. She knows very, very well how reality works. Right? She had her own experience too. She knows exactly what she needs to do. $11:04. I should start walking back because I know the internet, for some strange reason, my phone starts not working, like it starts lagging. So basically, perception, to just kind of like, I'll keep talking about perception as I walk, but like to kind of wrap up the water area, when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. When you change the way you look at life, life will look differently. When you change the way you perceive things, things will be perceived differently. I cannot emphasize that enough. I really do mean that with every fiber of my soul. If you change the way you look at things, the very things you look, it's so powerful when you just hear those words. When you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. So if you see something as difficult and you're still perceiving it as difficult, then guess what? It will still be perceived as difficult. That's why, like, on my live streams, if I have trolls, here's the thing. It's not the human that's the troll. It's the mind being finessed with being a puppeteer. Their puppeteer mind is controlling them, basically. This is what's going on. I shared this already. Those who are dropping their like, oh, Ryan, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. That's their puppeteer mind in control of them. Because as a baby or as a child, you would have not been doing that. You were joyful, but you forgot yourself. And so over your experience, whatever you had to endure in this world, the puppeteer became stronger and took control. And some of you are going to say, I don't have a puppeteer. Who are you to tell me? I know. But you have someone controlling your mind. You think you're in control, which technically you are, but you have given power to this entity to control your experience. And so that's why when they show up, Notify for you, Caillou does the internet, the guy that has the name that's close to Phoenix or whatever, anybody, really. I'm not going to entertain the third dimensional games. Like, I won't. You can throw your third dimensional comments in the chat, but I will not entertain your third dimensional comment. Actually, that's not third dimensional, that's like second dimensional comments. There's one dimensional and two dimensional comments. I won't entertain your 1D or 2D comments. Your 2D comments are like just like words on a page. no emotions whatsoever. 3D starts to add a little bit of emotion, but 4 and 5th don't even entertain bullshit like that. But anyways, when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. Thank you, water, for your time here today. It was good. And like I mentioned, I had a sleep vision where a dog was chasing a cat, and then of course a woman with a trolley with a cat passed by. That was synchronistic moment right there. And then I got killed by a tiger. What? How does it go from a dog chasing a cat in this trail to then I'm somewhere in some jungle and 2 tigers, a big one and a smaller one, come and claw me to death? I died in that sleep vision. I was done. I was cooked. I got finished. But then I woke up and then I realized, I mean, that's technically real, yes. And the mind can create all kinds of things while you're sleeping, yes. But I could still choose to look at that as either negative or positive. See, like this person with the fear, again, this Caillou guy likes fear. This is like, be careful, be careful, be careful. Look at the fear. See, when you change the way you look at things, I don't entertain any of that at all. And I actually have a story for you, Mr. Caillou does the internet. There's a place called the CN Tower in Toronto. All right? This is perception. When you go up to the CN Tower, you're looking down like, oh fuck. There is a part of the CN Tower inside at the top that has something called the glass floor. Let me tell you something. That glass floor can withstand a 2-ton elephant. But yet people, when they go on to that glass, they're scared shitless. So you know what I do? When I go up there, people are like, don't do that. Because they have perceived fear that it's going to crack. Do you know how many people have walked there that are much heavier than I am? Not to insult anybody with their weight, because that's not what I'm here to do. That are heavier than I am, that probably did the same thing. Morning. And I am fine. Hello? What is there to fear? But Orion, it could crack one day. Yeah, because that's what the human mind is always focusing on. Fear. Because it wants to be realistic. You're never actually in any danger, but because you put danger out there, danger comes and finds you like a fucking magnet. So if you, Mr. Caillou does the internet, keep putting out, be careful, then guess what? You're just projecting fear, but I don't entertain your projections at all. Because there is no fear. Hey, how are you? You good? Good. You too. And look, even if I fall in the water, it ain't gonna go anywhere. Look, this water is calm as shit. It's not sweeping me away. You're just being, what's the word? You're being over dramatic. That's your perception, by the way. That's technically my perception of where you're currently at, being over dramatic. Fear mongers, the fear mongering, it's a real thing. You're gonna either stick with me and figure shit out, or you're going to leave this stream and figure it out at some point. Or you could just continue to be a troll and do what you're doing. It doesn't bother me either way. But anyways, for those who go like, be careful. There's nothing to be careful about because I'm well in control of what's happening within myself. Too much fear mongering. That's why I came to sort of stop the fear mongering. But Orion, I want you to be safe. No, you don't. I'm already safe. You focus on you. Most of you need to focus on yourself, not on me. That's why I said don't respect me. Don't love me, don't respect me, don't like me. Like yourself, respect yourself, love yourself, and honor thyself. Don't honor me, don't idolize me. I don't want that, I don't need that, and I definitely don't require that from anybody. Thank you, water. Well, if it's a facade to you, there's different levels of control. There's control internally and externally. Externally, you can't control what's happening, but internally you can. You have the power in every present moment. And if you still don't believe that, then guess what? You're going to be subjected to that law, and you're going to be not in control of yourself. And that's a bar, write it down. So you best recognize. Thank you, water. I appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow. Probably same time, same place, maybe same channel. Might be different. We'll see. Or maybe somewhere else. Never know. I'm just making sure I have everything. Yeah, I'm good. Later, water. And on we go. You have control within yourself. Outside of you, right, there's shit that's gonna happen, but there's different levels of control, and that's why I'm saying perception is everything. I'm just gonna laugh at that last comment. Now you're just looking for attention. Some people are looking for attention. I'll give you your attention though if you want. But I still won't play your games. Okay, let's see. What can I use here for perception now? Perfect. Down there. Right? I'm right here right now, right? I'll be there shortly. I can see what this is, but eventually as I get closer, I'll see a lot more. That goes hand in hand with perspective. Changing your degree of what you see, or a little bit of a shift, will allow you to see things for what they are, right? You get closer and closer to that spot over there, and you will start to see things more clearly. That's because you chose to shift your perception and your perspective. And when I get there, it'll look different than what it was when we were more back that way. This also, in the wintertime, on my other channel, I was walking this in the cold winters. Snow and all, wind and all, minus 40 degrees Celsius and all. And this wasn't filled out. This was barren. There was no leaves on the trees. They were completely, like, it was done. It was open, so you could see a lot of what's actually transpiring within, like, this foresty looking spot. But in the summertime, a little bit different, because there's more in there now. And you can say, even though I love summer, or I love spring and summer, and I love seeing leaves and greenery, this is what we call the noise of the world. All this is like distraction. Because in wintertime, you see it clear as day. Summertime, you're gonna have to sift through all kinds of branches and leaves and all kinds of stuff just to see what is actually unfolding there. Like that, for example, that noise that you're hearing of that squirrel. In the wintertime, you could see the squirrel clear, but in the summertime, not as much. See? We just passed the spot. Now it looks different, doesn't it? There was another person who came on this stream, similar to Caillou does the internet, who was like, you got to be careful. You never know, something might jump out at you. I remember her saying that, and I'm like, I'm good. That was her first time on the stream. So her perceptions of trails are of danger. My perception of trails are far from danger. Mines are at peace. Doesn't mean I'm ignorant to, there could be like coyotes and stuff, but I'm also not putting out that energy for them to be magnetized for me to find a coyote. Doesn't mean that can't and still won't happen, but if it does happen, I just simply make sure I do what I need to do. But I don't put myself into like, gotta protect myself, gotta keep putting myself in like a bubble and like wrap myself around this protection bubble. That's just fucking fear when you don't know who you are. Awesome. My favorite time of the year is summer because I love the heat. Seeing how Toronto itself gets shrouded by the cold for like 7 months of the year. Only 5 months of the year it's actually decent. So for Toronto specifically, there's not a balance unless the fall is actually warm. And sometimes the fall can be warm, so then we do have a little bit of a balance. But generally speaking, once October hits, that's it. It's a wrap. I do apologize. I didn't read a lot of the chat earlier because I was in my flow. Let's see. Olga said earlier, let them be. It's like embracing our own inner shadows, which are part of us. The moment we embrace them, nothing outside will affect your state of being. Exactly. Morning.
Hey.
You see? I have people who are pleasant and calm. Morning. Have a great day. Thank you. You too. So do you all see? This is my inner world magnetizing and reflected out. But if my inner world was of chaos and chaos and darkness and hating, we wouldn't be having hello people. Have a great day. See ya. It really does start with you. I cannot emphasize that enough. But the world has told you, no, it doesn't. It starts outside of us. Just like it did to me for 40 years. 40 Earth years. All because I forgot. But it really does. 3 different people. Wasn't a force. It wasn't like, hey, you must say hello to me, damn it. I demand that you say hello to me. This is nothing like that with me. If you want to say hello, hello. If you don't, you keep riding or walking on by it. I don't hold only judgment or any resentment or anything like that. It is what it is. You know what's funny? The graffiti there, it says sharp. And then underneath says find peace and quiet. That find peace and quiet was there for years. And I didn't see it until recently. That goes to show you, it's been there for a hot minute. But hadn't been there for a while. And by the way, y'all, practice love and authenticity. Don't forget that. What's up?
What's up, brother?
How are you doing? Good?
Doing pretty good myself. How are you?
Living the dream, bro.
Welcome to Headband. That's cool as well.
Yeah. Have a great day.
Good
Thank you, brother. The boys up there just chilling, hanging out. That's my universe, y'all. That's how it works. But if I was 10 years ago and I saw those same brothers up there, they'd probably be like, who the fuck is that guy? Why is he looking? So you got a problem? That's how my world used to be. Basically, you have a problem. As within, so without. You are literally the walking universe, YOUNIVERSE, universe in human form. And a lot of people do already know this, which is good. I'm not here to help those. They are aware of it. They know what they need to do. It's for the rest who haven't figured it out yet. That's who I came here to help. And if all people figure it out, then guess what? I can go home. Finally. I can finally go back home. I love your energy, Lottery Energy. I love that. That's a really cool name. Lottery Energy. I love that name. That's so awesome. And Higher 420. Yeah, you are. You are the walking universe. You are literally the universe, and you have a verse to sing, which is basically bringing your purpose to the world, whatever that is. And you have not just one, but many purposes, all of you, by following from your heart what it is that you want to do. And trust and know that the walking universe that you are will help yourself figure out everything, and it will unfold the way it's supposed to. You can always deviate and have different choices, but you have the power in every present moment to choose and decide what life gets to be like. Even if you're going through absolute hell and chaos, because our mind then gets emotionally attached to the physical experience, forgetting that you are not the mind, you have a mind, and the mind is a tool that you get to use, and you can sort of rearrange it in a way that is in your favor. You know it. We are the walking matrix, and there's so many people, and I was part of this at one point, attempting to escape the matrix, but their definition of matrix is vastly different from your definition, Lottery Energy, because I can already tell you already know what's up. And since you already know what's up, you're good. I don't need to say much to you because you already figured it out. I can tell just by you saying that. You just saying those words, you already figured it out. But yes, a lot of people are attempting to escape the matrix, but they can't escape the matrix because they are the matrix. But their current definition of escaping the matrix is the surface level world, like the 9 to 5s, and that's fine. But the actual matrix is you can call it the simulator, the hologram, insert word, the world of Maya, illusion, or Danya. I think that's how they say it in Islamic. Well, yeah. Of course, many people don't want to be here anymore. I didn't want to be here for a very long time too. I wanted to get off of this planet for a very long time. Now, for the first time that I can finally say in my life, I want to actually be here. I want to see how things unfold, not just for myself, but for everybody else. Because I know that everybody has the capabilities to live their truest, fullest, most awesomest life if they decide. And for you, Fishing 748, You get to decide if you're being serious about that comment, because some people just say that just to get attention. But you get to decide in every present moment what life can be for you. And notice I said the word can be for you, because it's potentiality. But once you locked in, it will be inevitable. Yeah, the tree. This part of the trail is pretty nice. I like this part of the trail. Have a great day, sister. Thank you. So, that tiny Bubba, as I call them, or the baby was just looking at me, and I can feel that he understood everything that he needed to know just by looking at me. Innocence. But somewhere down the road, he might forget. Normally, I do 10K steps a day minimum. This is just, I walk around the neighborhood first, and then I come down. I was starting my live streams where I was walking around the neighborhood, but a lot of people were like, they don't care about the neighborhood walking, so I started my talks at the water recently, and then I pick up my walk from the water and just walk back to my space. So roughly 10K nets me, I think, well, let's see, where am I at right now? So right now I'm at that. Hey Resev, I'm good. How are you doing, bro? So that's where I'm at right now. 7,025 steps, which is 3.54 miles. Some days, so it'll hit probably like 5 miles. Other days I take an extra walk, or I just walk around the house and stuff, and I get another like 10K. So it'll hit like 10 miles, which is a fair bit of walking. Yeah. That's my goal every day. For now, this is, for those of you who don't know, this is Toronto, Canada. But I will be eventually leaving Toronto permanently at some point to live in San Diego, California. That's my true home. That's where I'm supposed to be. Toronto was a place for me to master myself fully. San Diego is the last bit of my journey to continue. I finished everything that I needed to do here in Toronto to go and serve the world fully in San Diego. But I can do it from here too. But I love my mountains and my ocean. Like for me, I must be by my mountains and ocean. Both, not one, but both. And San Diego is perfect for me because it's accessible. Short drives between mountain and ocean. Weather is generally always good. A couple days it rains in the year, but I like the rain anyways, so that doesn't bother me. I had to deal with minus 40 degrees Celsius temperatures in Toronto this past winter. Walking in the trail is still streaming, but of course my phone turned off because the cold was just too much for the phone. I still did it though. Hands were freezing, toes were freezing, but I appreciated the cold for what it was. It allowed me to just be ever so present in the now. San Diego is absolutely beautiful. I've been there 4 times, or about 115 days in total. And I can tell you that in those 115 days being there, it told me what I needed to know about living there. The vibe, the city itself, the surrounding areas. And I look forward to being there on a more permanent basis. Just got to sort out the visa things and see which route I'm going. Currently, I can invest $1 million and get my citizenship instantly in a US company. I have to do my research on that. There's one way. The second way is to work, but I already am an entrepreneur, and I help clients around the world to unblock their subconscious blocks that they think they have, but they actually don't have. But that's what I do. Or another way of saying that, I help you to unlock your fullest potential by letting go of the stories that you've been telling yourself on repeat. So I can go and get a working visa and still do my entrepreneurship. Just got to make sure that it doesn't impede on that. The other way is to get married there. I do know my person is in California. May not be specifically San Diego, but I know she's in California. Don't really want to rely on that one too much though. And then there's another one, an influencer visa. This one you have to have a certain amount of, like, I don't like using the word subscribers or followers. I like to use the word connections. And you have to have a good foundation with your community, and then you can apply for that one. So that one is probably the way I want to go. That, or just invest $1 million. Have a good day. We'll see. I would have done the school route, but due to the fact that back when I was younger, I didn't do too well in school, and my grades were terrible because I told myself I was a stupid student. I basically did not do good in school. But of course, I can defy rationality with my frequency and go and grab take a course. But the only course I would take, or I'd be focusing on in school, even though I don't need to because I know how the mind actually works, is psychology. But psychology from a human level is like elementary. It's child's play. What I came to know about how the mind actually works goes well beyond anything that any school could teach you or any book presently. Thank you, you too, Higher 420. I appreciate you, and you enjoy your day with lots of magic. Speaking of which, I like the geese. There are some baby ones, but they're not here. I actually found where they are. I know exactly where they are. They're in another spot of the trail, but they're not anywhere close to here. But there are some baby ones that were born recently. There's about 11 or 12 of them, and yeah. So we got the geese and we have the ducks. They're just like chilling there. And during the summertime, like, it's starting to fill out. But this is like a Bob Ross painting. This right here. This always reminds me of Bob Ross and his paintings. And in the fall time, this becomes very vibrant with the orange and the yellows and the reds and the greens. And it really does become a Bob Ross painting at that point. So, it's good to see the geese. See you later, Bubbas. I'll see you again very soon. All right. There is I don't know if they're using the bar. There's a hanging bar that I want to hang for a moment, but if someone's using it, then I will not be I won't be able to. Just to stretch out the body a little bit. We'll see. So I'll be heading back to the house, and then I'll do my wrap up. I'll grab some food and do my workout. No client work today, so I'm good. Hello.
Hi.
Have a great day. Thank you. Oh, school bell. Sounds good, Lottery Energy. Appreciate you. And I love that name. That name is just like awesome. That's such a cool name. Lottery Energy. Love it. Have a great one. I'm just gonna go, since no one's here right now, I'll just quickly hang on my bar. Just put the phone down for a sec. And I'm gonna go hang on the bar. This is very good for your shoulders, your spine, your hips, your lower back, your grip strength, your wrist, your forearms. And my hands were like, my palm was hurting there. The grip on that bar sometimes it's good, sometimes it's painful. So, yikes. That's what happened to my hand. That's how you build calluses as well too. No big deal. Got to adhere to the physical body. Got to take care of this vessel as much as I possibly can. Lots to do. I look forward to it. I'm excited. Somebody actually messaged me on Facebook, on my other Facebook, my older one. I started a newer Facebook, all because, the old one is now not really in alignment. But they messaged me yesterday and they're like, "Hey brother, I was going through your timeline and your story is very inspiring. I was wondering if you can, speak to the people of Africa and, share your story with them." I'm like, "Of course. You just let me know when." But I also told him, like, I haven't posted anything on that profile for over, 2 years, and a lot has happened in the last 2 years. So there's even more that I have to share. You think it's inspiring what you saw? Just wait till I tell you what actually happened. So we'll see where that goes. Opportunities are endless. Because my goal is to speak and share on platforms and other places like podcasts and get into conversations, but to not obfuscate things. Like literally, I could be in a podcast with someone and be like, "All right, just let's get straight to the point for your audience. This is what your audience is going to need to know," or I will be mirroring back right now. Ready? This podcast can be literally less than a minute. You are the answer. That's it. That's all your audience really needs to know. But of course, the mind is very curious and wants to know why. So I must give context now. That's where the hour-long podcast can happen with the context. And that's how I desire to start each of my videos when I make videos. And if anyone watches my videos, I'm like, listen carefully, whoever's watching this video. You don't need any more information. You don't need anything from me unless you want to work with me to uncover some things, but you don't need anything from me because you are the answer. And now I'll talk about what I want to talk about. But Orion, how am I the answer? That's the question that everyone is so dying to find out. Why? How am I the answer? Well, isn't it you that has to believe the things you believe, or think the thoughts that you're thinking, or feel the feelings that you're feeling, or say the words that you're saying, or take the action or inaction that you take or don't take? Doesn't it start with you? Well, yeah. Well, then, what else do you need to know? But come on, I have to know how the universe was created, and I need to know what God is, and I need to know what this thing that is and what that is, and like, I'll tell you, it's right here. It can't be right here, Orion. It can't be. Why not? Because if it was right here, everybody else would have figured it out. Right? And the reason why no one else has figured it out fully, well, there are other people that figured it out, but why majority haven't figured it out is because the mind is always striving for the next. It just simply will not allow you to accept that the answer is here. It's designed to always seek and look for the next. But that's not true. Yeah, it is. How about you stop searching and see how you feel? You're going to see that the mind's going to create all kinds of unnecessary obfuscations and create a bunch of noise for you to keep searching, when the answer is right here. You'll still have to go on your journey to figure out why for yourself, but you'll see. You'll see. No, Orion, no. Well, that's the mind still creating a story. No, still creating a story. Hello. It's just creating more noise. Oh, yeah, the sun just is starting to kick my butt. Hello, Mr. Sun. See, you all can look at the sun without having to look at the sun directly. Look at that. That giant fireball of plasma is 93 million miles away. Quite the thing. Because without that thing, eventually the Earth will go kaput. And everything in the universe will start to sort of wither away. We forget such simple things of like the sun is there for us to navigate. And as I'm talking about this, I remind myself that this is just a hologram, but we need certain things to sort of exist in the hologram, like the sun. So it seems right now that a few have dropped off, that were dropping their comments earlier, unless they're still here lingering in the shadows. But you see, I am a soul. Nothing more, nothing less. I am a soul. Hey, brother. No one's scared of me, actually. Your eyes are showing you a different story. I don't know how long you've been on the stream for, But clearly, if you were here earlier, you would see a lot of people not afraid because there's nothing to be afraid with me. Ah, I've seen your name before. You're one of those second dimensional humans. Got it. Okay, I won't be entertaining your comments. I'm like, I remember that name. Never mind. I remember you. But you can keep feeding the algorithm. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for feeding my algorithm. Hey Chelsea, quick question for you. What does G1 mean? This is probably a Gen Z term that I've seen you say it before. I'm like, G1. I was gonna ask you, what is G1? What does that mean? Give me the definition of the G1. Or is G meaning like grade 1? There's a brother with his dog coming, just kind of being mindful. Morning. So I gave him a bit of an upgrade with his comments. I'll give him a little bit of a downgrade. I'll give him a one-dimensional 1D comment or a 1D mind. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I saw, I went on his channel 2 days ago and I saw something called G7 Mindset. G7 Mindset. Well, at least I know now. When you say G1, now I know what you mean by G1. Because, every day some Gen Z or Gen Alpha is making taking a word and making it into some other word. And having to keep up with, like, the lingo is, it's fascinating. So I wasn't sure. Yeah, got it. That makes sense now. That's just his version of it. Basically same thing, but just different way of expressing it. Like, because like you just said, it's similar to me saying, first dimensional thinking, second dimensional thinking, third dimensional thinking, fourth dimensional thinking, and fifth dimensional knowing. Because in fifth dimension, you just know. 6, 7, and all the others, not only do you know, you're the one that is like forming it, essentially. Let's see. I am going to go this way today. This is the area with the bigger houses, slightly bigger houses. I like big house energy. Reminds me of walking in like the Ritchie areas of San Diego. Everything's pretty intentional with what I do. Yeah. So perfect. At least now I know what you mean. And now that I know, I don't need to ask again because now I'll know exactly what that means. Because G, like in my days, I'm gonna hit that G, or I'm gonna mac on that G over there. Right? That's what I was thinking. Like G. Wonder if that G is the same G or if it's a different G. See, perception. That's why I'm glad I asked. Whew. Damn, it's hot. I love it though, but damn, it's hot. No complaints though. I love it. It's just, yeah. I also have to take off my headband because my face, right, my forehead isn't getting tan. So like when I'm doing my workout, I have the headband off now, but I'm sweating buckets because the sweat is just dripping. So because somebody came over to the house, they're like, what's up with your like skin? I'm like, oh, I got tan. Yeah, but your forehead isn't. I'm like, oh, it's because I've been wearing my headband. It's like, I hope you don't get, I forget what he said. I'm like, don't put that fear out there. Come on now. It's just sun. Come on now. He's like, do you wear sunscreen? I'm like, nope. Who's got time for that? He's like, well, you should take care of your body. I'm like, I do. You're blocking the sun from actually permeating your skin. That's another conversation for another time, but like those who are putting sunblock, I mean, if you get burnt by the sun, like, you chose your body and you basically have to deal with that. But Ron, what about people who have sun cancer? Or who get cancers from the sun? I mean, well, that's unfortunate, but because they've entertained it somewhere in their mind that they need to protect themselves from the sun, that's what you're going to get. The mind is all, the universe is mental. That's the first Hermetic principle. The all is mind, the universe is mental. It's a mental projection. But Ron, don't you know how it works? Sure it is. Exactly. Spot on. Even the organic ones, or the so-called organic ones, are still blocking the sun to some degree. Our ancestors, or people from back in the day, they didn't have lotion. Yes, they did some things, but they were definitely, being exposed to the sun. But Orion, they didn't live as long. Well, because of other things. It's not because of the sun. If I was supposed to go, right, like last year, my beard turned Super Saiyan or Ultra Instinct because it went gray, or silver as I call it, because I was out in the sun a lot. But my wisdom came through and I was speaking with such power. So I don't blame the sun for the silver beard. That just shows me the wisdom. My throat chakra is closest to my face, so obviously the energy is closer there. Otherwise, my hair would have been all grayed too, if you think about it. If the sun really did the damage, then my hair on my head should be all silver as well too. That's why I said the answers come from your heart, from your soul, the true wisdom, not from the mind. So I went Super Saiyan with my beard. And I spent a lot of time last year in the sun. All my day, there was a span of 5 weeks, or closer to 6 weeks, where there was literally nothing but heat and sun. And everybody was starting to complain around the area, like, man, like, it's so hot. I'm like, yeah, but do you realize that we spend like 7 months in the cold? Take this in. But Orion, it needs to be balanced, man. I'm like, I understand, but like, you get your balance in the winter, you then don't be able to get out, and you say, oh, but it's so cold. Thank you. Funny story about the beard, by the way. Last year, my beard was thinning out. It was patchy because I was stressing about bullshit. But I stopped stressing, and now the hair has grown back. Afternoon. The beard is now thick like it was before. In fact, it's thicker than it was. Ooh, I like that doggy over there. Very fluffy. I like when they make their panting sound. And I know what that sounds like because I used to do it. I can't believe I used to be afraid of them. It's all because I didn't that's the other thing about fear. Fear is just fate in reverse. For most people who don't know what faith actually is, faith is conviction, true conviction. Not belief, faith. True faith, not the religious faith, but true faith, conviction. Or you can say another way for conviction is courage, bravery. But why does somebody fear something? Because they simply don't understand something. So their mind creates this like label of danger, danger, danger. I don't understand, because that's what uncertainty is. That's why most people don't go beyond their comfort zone, because out of their comfort zone is the realm of uncertainty. Even though there's all this types of growth, I'm going to move this nail out of the way so that they don't and nobody sticks on it. I'll just throw it into this bush. I saw that nail. I'm like, I'm gonna pick that up, because if the car rolls on it, it's gonna puncture the tire. Anyways, yeah. So the mind will create all kinds of unnecessary noise and obfuscation when it doesn't understand something, and then mark it as danger, danger, danger. But the thing is, that's where all the growth really happens. The growth unfolds truly in your uncomfortable zone. And that's another perspective. It's another perspective, perception. Remind me again, what's the definition of Habibi? I know what you mean, but just remind me what's that definition again? Like, what does that word mean again? Just to help my mind understand, because the soul knows, but the mind currently is like drawing a little bit of a blank presently. Ah, okay, cool, got it. Hey, CJ, good to see you. Like loved ones or terms of... okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for filling the little bit of a missing gap in the mind. now that you shared it, now that I have it, so now it's cataloged in my mind. So now I won't forget what that means. That's how it works, by the way. We all have wisdom. It's the same wisdom within ourselves, but the mind doesn't have it, and the mind then fills it with other minds to help the mind to have it now. So now I have it. Thank you. I'm running out of water. I'm almost back at the house though. It's also like saying bro or friend. It has many meanings. Got it. So it's just like the word love, essentially. Since love has like many different variations, and I'm just being mindful right now because there's a bunch of ants on the ground, and I do not desire to step on any of them. My eyes automatically looked on the ground, so I have like an inbuilt sensory perception to know to look when there's like a bug or something on the ground to not step on it. We all have that though, but in order for it to be unlocked, your mind has to kind of like get out of the way. Hence why when you open up perception, other things you start to see things differently. That's why I keep saying when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. You know, back then, you know, if I saw a bug or anything, I would just absolutely annihilate it. But I can't do that anymore. Now, knowing what I know about reality, I'm like, I can't do that anymore. I won't. If they come into the house, I make sure to save them as much as I can to send them back outside. I do my best to be very gentle. Of course, some of them, they run for their life. And I'm like, I'm not going to hurt you. But they don't know that. Because, you know, they see this giant human about to squash them. And I'm like, I'm not going to squash you. That's why I do my best to send the intention to them from a non-human way so they can feel somewhat safe with me so that I can get them out. Because they don't belong in the house. But then again, maybe they needed to get into the house to protect themselves from some sort of threat. Who knows? Perception. Man, my brother's car, like, I really trust that whatever it is, it's sorted out. And somebody just stopped at our house. Who is that? Why did they stop there? Who is that? Oh, just someone random. Just someone random. Oh, look, see? There's a screw here. I don't know if this is important, so I'm just gonna leave it here for now. Right there. Because my brother's car, they were working on it yesterday. They couldn't figure out what the hell was going on with it. New battery, new alternator, new starter. The engine's fine, but the battery keeps getting shorted out for some reason, and the wiring was kind of rusty. So they gotta go deeper and figure out what's the root cause. I told them they'll figure it out. Everything will be sorted out. Everything will always sort itself out one way or another. The only way it won't get sorted out is if you keep pushing it down and you just like not solve it. I just heard it being used towards a female and it assumed it meaning the female equivalent. Sometimes we may not be able to understand words, but like from a logical state, but we can fully feel the word, what they mean. Like there are certain languages that are completely locked presently in the mind. Though I spoke those languages in other times, even though I may not understand what they're saying, I can feel what they're saying. You know, you can see it either like they're like angry or they're like happy, they're joyful. Ah, okay, cool. That's one of your happy words. I like that. And you know, you can use your happy words in a way as like a switch. You can turn on like a light switch. If you like say Habibi, you might feel upset about something in the moment, but if you think of like Habibi, right, you can then kind of like flip the narrative. For me, it's the word Baba, B-A-B-A. Like anytime I think of the word Baba, now of course in other cultures it means grandpa, but in my language, which is the universe is like, no, in my own like dialect, my own vocabulary, it means cute, baby. And yes, Baba means father as well too. But in my world, it doesn't mean that. It means baby. Because you know, babies say ba 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 ba, right? And then of course, like the parents will call them Baba sometimes. Hi, Baba. It is, well, that word is baby, I think, but remember, I'm using my version of Baba, right? Because I can change the meaning at any time to any word if I choose to. That's how I get to play my game, right? So I can say, like for example, difficulty could mean easy for me, and easy could just mean even easier. The only reason why I am subjected to using the word difficulty is because everybody else has the word difficulty as something hard. So I can use my stuff for myself, but when I'm conversing with anyone else, I have to use somewhat of a universal definition that people are using. Hence why like perception is important. Very important. Extremely important. And of course, perspective as well. Let me get my battery, or my power plugs. I'm not going to be streaming for too much longer. I'm going to go grab something to eat. So I'm going to end the stream shortly. Probably like 15, 20 minutes. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I say that and then 2 hours pass and I'm still talking. I'll also change the stream to 1080p 60 in a moment, so more clear. And I'm going to change my shoe. Yeah, so like my happy word that snaps me out of like any sort of like rage. If I am in rage, which doesn't happen often, but can happen because the mind forgot itself and takes control over the body, and I have to remind myself, hello, you're not the mind, and don't let the mind gaslight you, is to use the word Baba. That tiny Baba. That's why you hear me say, I'll see you later, Baba. It's not just for babies. I also use that word for pets, for animals, like dogs and cats. Doggy Baba, cat meow Baba, geese Baba. Even for just babies, I just say Baba. That's what I called my sister for years. I still call her that. She's 22 years old, just so you know. And I still call her that because, you know, there's an age gap between her and I, but I still see her as the tiny Baba. Even though she's not a tiny Baba. But I helped raise her. So. Yep. If some of you ever hear me, hi Baba, that's what I'm referring to, my sister. Hi Baba. She has a lot of pet names from me. Hi Baba. Hi Cat Meow. Cat Meow Baba. I used to call her Mew. Like the Pokemon, Mew. She likes Mew. But she likes Celebi more now. Yep. But I'm not acknowledging Roman Reigns, I'm acknowledging myself because I am on a whole other level than Roman Reigns. In fact, I fought Roman Reigns and I beat his ass. He's wearing my t-shirt, not the other way around. Let me see. CJ, you said, yes, Bubba also can be used for children. Didn't know that can be used for father or grandfather or child. Yes, I saw someone refer to their puppy as Bubba. Exactly. That's the reason why I use that word. It snaps me out of the seriousness of being an adult and throws me back into like the child version, because it's just easy. All right, give me a moment. I'm going to turn the stream to 1080p 60 so it'll be clearer. Uno momento. Okay, should be okay now. Should be okay. I'll let it catch up for a moment. We need a light out here, like when it's dark. There's a light that's by the porch over there, but there needs to be like a light out here. Because like sometimes I come out here and I just sit, and there's been times I actually been playing video games out here with the laptop. So it's such a cool experience. I started it last year. I'm like, wow, this is pretty awesome playing Dead by Daylight outside. It's just, you know, if I'm streaming it, the sun, the glare doesn't hit the screen properly with the stream. So I'm like, I have to adjust like my direction of like how I'm streaming and stuff. But it's pretty cool to be outside in the summertime playing. The funny thing is I was so determined to be outside. I stayed outside until like November, and I was like wearing like layers and blankets and had like 3 socks on. I was freezing, coming back inside, warming up, and then going back outside again. Yeah, I won't be doing that. I won't be doing that again. Someone's like drilling something. So I trust my clients are doing good. I know they're doing good. I can feel it. But I'm just not worried, but I'm trusting that brother who keeps doing stuff isn't doing stuff right now. I can feel that he's still like on like, he's got to like do, because he's been programmed to just keep doing. He's 27 years old. So that's a decent amount of time for you to solidify your current habits and beliefs. But like anything, you have neuroplasticity. This is a bar, by the way. Every one of you have neuroplasticity on your side. And for those of you who don't know what neuroplasticity is, it's the ability to alter your brain. Your brain's like plastic. You'll have the ability to like have new neurons firing and wiring together. So that's what neuroplasticity is. It allows you to like, you're not fixed. You have the ability to like morph at any time. Is finding an income source other than your job, is it good? Well, if you have more sources, it's always better. It's currently I only have one, but I plan to be making different income streams. I want to have 4 to 7 streams of income. I have the skills, I have the wisdom to do it. I just gotta just do it now. But a lot of it has to be done in San Diego, not here. So for now, the one that I have is good. It's doing, that's one of them. And having dividend income. So just for y'all to know, in 2021, I had a lot of money and I was investing in the stock market. And then I made not in the stock market, but I made a financial move that wasn't in my favor back then. And I invested in a crypto scheme, which unfortunately I made a lot of money, but then I got greedy. This is where I learned my lesson. I kept pulling my money in and out, but I wouldn't save some. Because I'm like, I'm making so much money at night. Like, why stop? Because it's working. I was able to pull my money out of it and like put it back and all this stuff. So I'm like, let me just, I didn't put all of my money in, but there was like 95% of my resources was thrown into that crypto thing. I made over $1 million. I was like, wow. So if I had continued to invest in the stock market like I was doing, I would have already retired as well too. I wouldn't even need to be working with clients. But I want to work with clients because it's my passion, it's my purpose. Quite literally. That's why that had to happen for me to get onto my purpose. So you can say that was a detour to get me back on the path. So sometimes when shit hits the fan, like you were saying earlier, you weren't feeling well because of the whole thing about your score. That's just a detour. It'll throw you back on your path. That's by design. Because I was investing in a lot of dividend income or dividend stocks. And what's a dividend? A stock that generates more value, and you get more value from the stock. And then what I would do is take that stock and reinvest the dividend back into the same stock. So it becomes it's a self-feeding machine essentially. And it just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So had I stayed there, but here's the thing about that. Who knows? Maybe the stock may have tanked, right? This is this is perspective now. If I had stayed in stock market, who knows what it could have happened? Because like a lot of things have happened where things went, and because things went like that, because somebody says a word and then all hell breaks loose in the stock market. That's how it works. The stock market is based on your emotions, energy. But yes, I had that income. I was working my 9 to 5 back then, and I had that. So my goal was to leave my 9 to 5 and use that, and I had that already built up. Like I was already starting to make more than enough. So my monthly expenses, even though I was living here and I was helping with rent and groceries and stuff, I was making enough income on the dividend to pay for groceries and rent so that, and then I would still have more than enough for my monthly coverages. So you see, when you have a surplus, that's what we call more than enough. And that still allowed me to go out and hang out with people if I wanted to. I could still splurge on some things, not too many things, but I could still splurge on some stuff. Like I couldn't buy like a new MacBook Pro every year. Not yet. Or a new like phone every year. Like I had enough to support myself. The problem is that crypto thing derailed that because I was making even more money in the crypto in a shorter amount of time. And I fucked up. Well, that was supposed to happen. Think of it as I deposited that resource to the universe. I circulated it. So now it's coming all back. It took 5 years. Yeah, 2021. It took 5 years for now the income to start rolling back into me. But I have to go 5 years with like, oh my God, I'm investing in myself and I'm not getting income coming in. What am I doing? Because as an entrepreneur, all hell breaks loose when you don't know what you're doing, but you just keep going. Now, I could have gone back to a JOB, but I'm like, no, I'm not selling myself short again. But, those are choices I've made. I struggled for a bit, not going to lie. There was a point where I only had $2 in my bank account. I have a screenshot. Only $2. I took that screenshot for myself. Now it has my personal data. I can't show that obviously, but I did take it for myself to show. I can of course use a redacting tool to redact, but the picture is there. $2. I only had $2 in my bank account recently. Like almost a year ago, it was like kind of like, what the fuck? It's bullshit. What the hell's going on here? Then I figured out what was going on, and I'm like, oh. And then the clients found me, and I started working with them. Now we're good. That's why I can do what I do. Otherwise, I'd be like grinding like everybody else right now. I'd be like, I'd have no choice. If for whatever reason that I have to go back to a JOB, I'll be okay because I know that it's just going to be temporary for me to get me back on my purpose. If shit hits the fan, and I'm okay. I have to undo that negative connotation to a job, but I also know that I didn't come here for that because certain souls will be ejected out of a job immediately. It will not work out because, not to get into that right now, because I've already talked about stuff like that yesterday, and so many people are like, so I'm not talking about that stuff again. But let's just say that certain souls will be ejected from a job because they're not supposed to be doing a job. They're supposed to be doing their purpose. Everyone's technically supposed to be doing their purpose, but unfortunately many forget their purposes. I know my purpose, and now that I know my purpose, it doesn't mean I can't use it to help fund the purpose, but if I stay too long with that thing, it's going to find a way to eject me out, to get back on task of servitude, making sure more people hear the words that are coming out of this mouth from the wisdom well that exists with all of us, that is currently with the awareness, so that you all can live your best life. And I do truly mean that. For me, the only thing I'm not worried or concerned is, how do I get more visible without doing all the 10 million things that people are doing to get visible? Like, I'm not all about, I don't give a shit about marketing. I don't want to market all this shit and do 10 posts here and 20 posts there and all that. Like, ain't nobody got time for all that, right? I know Nero, he was able to blow up without, and because he said he had a belief for him that he didn't say that YouTube is going to be a long game, like it wasn't going to be hard for him. He transcended his reality by not adhering to other people's limitations, saying that YouTube is a hard game, because just because other people have experiences doesn't mean that it has to be hard for you, right? So it's definitely consistency, but for Nero, there was no patience. He didn't adhere to patience. He literally he went from 4,000 to 100,000 subscribers or connections in a matter of 4 weeks, because he shifted something internally within it. There, like a click happened for him, and things just clicked and worked. Networking with other creators are definitely on the precipice. This I know. Once I make it to like the Lewis Howes podcast and like Joe Rogan, it's a wrap. It's finished. I've already hit the world. I'm hitting the world right now, technically speaking, because you guys are part of the world, right? You're all in different locations. But I wanted to do it live, not just make a video, because a video can only tell you so much, and then you can only leave a comment, and I can then respond in a comment. But this is like real time. In Nero's videos, people ask him in the comment section, how does Nero speak for 50 minutes off the top of his dome without notes? Because it's easy. For me, I can speak for 12 hours easy, nonstop. Just give me one topic, I'll talk about it for 12 hours. I can talk about relationships for 12 hours. There's so much to talk about. Talk about finances, I can tell you all about finances in 12 hours. I can keep talking. There's nothing to run out of. I'm like, what do I say next? There's none of that with me. It's just easy. Because I told myself it's easy. I have endless amount to talk about. In a video, unfortunately, you don't have endless amount of time unless you make a 12-hour video. But, hey, what's up, bro? Good to see you. But you know, like in a video, it has its own certain vibe to it, you know. Because you gotta capture someone's attention. Like you have to play a stupid little game of hooking somebody. It's called a hook. Right? Instead of saying like, in today's video, like get rid of your intro, right? You have to have like a compelling hook which has emotions behind it. So if you don't have a compelling hook, people are just going to fall off and not watch your video. And that hurts your video and thus your views don't show. And that's why I'm like, I don't want to play these games. Like I'm just going to make the videos the way I choose to. If people want to watch it, they will watch it. If they don't want to watch it, no big deal. That's why I prefer live streaming, because it's just easier. I don't have to, there's no thinking involved. It's just doing. It's instant. It's easy. With a video, I gotta like sit, put the camera, face me, talk, do whatever, upload the video. I don't have, live streaming, literally, I don't have to do anything. I just have to press record and go, and then YouTube handles the rest. I don't have to do shit. That's why live streaming for me is the way to go. I prefer it. It's easier. I can actually engage if I choose to. And this is happening in real time, and you'll see why I know what I know. Like, I'm so confident in everything I say. There is no script. Hello? Have you seen a script? Do you see an invisible script anywhere? Do you see a script where this is all. A lot of YouTubers have to use a script just to talk about what they're talking about. I don't need no damn script. This is easy. Because I have to change my perception of like how I'm showing up on YouTube. If you all go on my older channel and you go to my first video, I don't even need to do that. I can just show it to you right now. This is why I love that I have the other channel. Ooh. Oh, and by the way, for those of you who don't know who Nero is, this is Nero Knowledge. Highly recommend to check out his videos. I think if you're not picking up things from me, you'll pick up things from him, because me and him, we talk the same way. He's just more Gen Z. So if you thrive, if you resonate with Gen Z type of talking and stuff, you'll click with him. Nero Knowledge. All right, let's go to my old channel. I have 793 videos on this channel alone. Now, we'll go to videos. I want to use one of my how to build discipline. Actually, I want one that's actually in nature. Where's my nature one? This one. Like this guy, I'm wearing the same shirt, by the way, so this is cool. So you get to see a difference of the old me and the current me.
We're going to be talking about the 3 tips that I use that you can implement on how to rewire
your brain. Stick around, superheroes. So I had an intro and all that stuff. So I did all that on my other channel. And it was like so long-winded. What's up, YouTube? It is Andre, the superhero of love, and let's dive right into it. And that was my old name that I used. Today, we are going to be talking about how to rewire your brain. And let me tell you that when I first started my spiritual awakening journey, I had no freaking idea that I could change my brain. I thought I was born with the brain that I had. I thought I could not change it. I thought it was fixed. I thought I was stupid, that was dumb, that I can never learn anything new, that I can't do this, I can't do that. Bullshit. Bullshit. I learned that I could change like that if I wanted to. It's true. And I learned that because of neuroplasticity. And I didn't know that terminology was never, ever introduced to me until I was ready to hear it and receive it. And once I learned about neuroplasticity, I'm like, oh my God, I can change my brain? Really? I can really change my brain? I can be whatever I want. Change your mind, not your brain. And that is when everything started to change. But I had to become aware. And that is my first tip, is that awareness is key. And I may sound like a broken record, but I'm telling you that awareness, you have to be aware of your programming. And when I first started, I had to really look at what didn't work in my life. I was negative, I was angry, I was always pissed off, and I was very disrespectful and rude to people, believe it or not. So I started journaling, and I talked about journaling in one of my videos, which you can check out here. There's a little card there. My journal was very basic, and I started saying, okay, what do I need? So I'm basically, so like this version of me is like performing. I'm not performing anymore. When I make my videos on this channel, there isn't going to do all this 3 tips bullshit thing. This is not happening. As soon as I start making videos, I've already made one. If you go on this channel right now, you'll see a video that's 1 minute 13 seconds long. That's all you need to know. But I'll be making videos, but there's no going to be background music, text on the screen, none of that. It's literally, or literally, however you want to say that word, I'm going to say how I am, the way I am, exactly the way I've been speaking to each of you. The answer is you, whether you want to believe that to be true or not. I'm going to be direct, and none of this like how to rewire your mind and all this shit. Like, that was then, this is now. Did you ever live in Australia or feature in a TV show? Not a TV show, but a famous play back in the day, but I don't remember the play. It's definitely one of maybe one of the Shakespeare ones. And yes, I did live in Australia, but I don't think it was called Australia back in the day. So yeah, this is performance. Let me show you another performance one. This is my live, or not my live, my this one. I have a new mantra just for you. I want you to repeat after me and say it with full power and intention and energy, with everything that you've got in your heart and your soul. You ready? Let's go. I know this will work out for me because it is my birthright to be, do, and have what it is that I choose to have in my life. I want you to repeat that. I want you to rewatch this and repeat that every single day. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself exactly. That. Put energy, effort, and intention when you say this mantra, because words without energy, this is performance, are empty shells, and they mean absolutely nothing. I promise you. So saying this, you're gonna the reason why it felt cheesy too, and I bet you. So here's the thing. You have your famous YouTube people who are doing similar things where they're using little background music, like text on the screen and putting all kinds of shit on the screen and changing their scenes left and right, I bet you won't like what they're actually saying. The only reason why you're staying captivated is because they're changing scenes every 5 seconds. If you haven't noticed, when you're staying here with me, I'm building back your attention spans. Ooh, the wind. And of course, it falls down when I do that. Come on, Win, what are you doing? What are we doing here? Yeah, I won't call them spiritual teachers. That word spiritual for me. The great mirrors, I call them, because no one's a teacher, everyone's a mirror. The great mirrors, they do speak slowly, yes, and I'm aware of that because I went and I got trained or mirrored by another speaking coach, or a mirror as I like to call him. Everybody's a mirror basically. No one's a teacher. I don't entertain teacher-student paradigms. I don't play the same hierarchy games like other humans. It's like this because I know. Everyone's just a mirror. But yes, speaking slowly is important because it allows your audience to actually hear what you just said and giving them a moment to pause and like take it in. So I'll do it right now. And now I will continue to speak and say a bunch of blah, 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 and then pause. And then, so I'm well aware of this. So like when I'm on stages, I'll be doing this. I won't be speaking a million miles a second. Sometimes when I'm at the water, I do realize I speak fast because I want to make sure I capture the experience so that you all get it before it just like whoosh and disappears. I know that's the reason why I still have to be subjected by using words like teacher and student, unfortunately. But what I tend to do is at the beginning of my talks, I usually, or like what I'll say is I give a little bit of a language breakdown, or what I will be doing is giving a language breakdown. So for those of you who use teacher and student, I use mirror. For those of you who use coaches and spiritual stuff, I'm like mirror. Because a mirror is just a reflection. No. I don't know about good witch video on Instagram. I don't go looking for things. Things come to me. So no, I don't think so. I may have run into them maybe, but I don't think so. It doesn't look familiar. Not to the mind anyways. Yeah. Again, I know I chose my path. I know I chose what I came here to do, but I'm like, well, why did I choose it like this? Why couldn't it just be more simpler? Because you need to be aware of everything, Orion. Awareness could be a blessing or, well, for me it's just a blessing, but my previous experience was more of a curse. Because knowing what I'm seeing, I'm like, it would have just been simpler to just like not know. Yeah, basically, that's basically what I'm doing when I'm speaking to all of you. I'm basically reflecting a mirror. I'm literally your image in a different experience. So I'm basically just, I'm not even a human. I'm just a mirror, literally. But of course I have a human body. And I'm reflecting back aspects of what I already know that is true about you, but you are saying to yourself, so I only can give you where you currently are. So yeah, similar to that person, That's the similar way. Not one to one, but it's similar. That's why I use mirror. That's why I can't use the word I am a esoteric mirror. I can only use an esoteric advisor or esoteric coach. But I don't like using the word coach. Coach is like this. Again, because there's so many coaches out there that are just surface level, and it's not their fault because it's where they are, and I'm not faulting anybody for where they are. How can I? I've been there too. It's just like those terms just they leave a bad taste in my mouth. So I also have to change my perception on those words like coach, and I had to. I still don't like being called that because it just puts me like with like everybody else when I know I'm not like everybody else. I'm on my own like frequency, but due to the fact that the word coach is the universally used term for someone who's helping someone, I have to be called a coach. Stupid titles. Fucking titles. I am, any word you put after the word am is not who you are. Exactly. And guess what? Even I am is not even, that's just limitation right there. Because that's just more words. What you are cannot be explained by any word. So that's what it really is. Get rid of language. Get rid of the word I am. That's who you actually are. I am is also another little cop-out. I am is like the humanistic version of making you feel either superior or inferior. But get past I am and you're infinite. Because you already are. Yeah, exactly. You are prior to I, essentially. Because what is I? Right? What is I? It's just a word. It's just to identify something. Exactly. It's like a paradox of saying like it's prior to being, it's prior than being, it's prior than even prior. It's even prior beyond prior beyond prior. That's what it is. That's how infinite this gets. But the mind just doesn't like that. That's why it has to use words or labels and meaning and creates these things that puts us sort of in a box. Some boxes are more vast than other boxes. That's why when somebody asks me, "So Orion, are you black? Are you Indian?" That's a box for me specifically. That's not a limitation in any sense, but that in itself can still be a box. Because from their mind, they see what they're seeing with their eyes, but they're not actually knowing beyond what their eyes can see. See, like when I see all of you, I don't see, like even though I don't know what any of you look like, I don't care what any of you look like because I know at the deepest root what you actually are because I've seen it for myself. Because I know what it is for me too. That's why this is just a shell. And I have to take care of this shell because I'm navigating the world with this shell. That's right, CJ. Exactly. I see basically, do I have a photo? I think I have a photo. Give me a moment. I'm going to go look for it quickly. I do have a photo. I just have to find it. This would have been perfect if I saved it in my favorites, though. But I didn't, so I have to scroll quite a fair bit of ways. Let's go all the way back down. I'll find it, though. Nope. It's not the one. I'm getting close, though. I can feel it. I'm gonna make sure I mark this as favorite when I do find it. Nope. There's all kinds of photos. So I'm just kind of like, there's quote photos, there's anime, there's cars, there's like journaled photos. Nope, that's not it. There's a particular image I'm looking for. It's so good that I was like, oh my god, I have to take this photo. It's so good. I have to save it. Okay, so these are the quotes. This is not the one, but this one's a good one, actually. This is a good photo, but this is not the photo I was looking for. But this is this is something. It's similar to this. But it's not this. It's kind of like this, but not this. But there is another photo. This is not the one that I wanted to show, but this is the one that I found thus far. But I'm going to mark this one as favorite. Glad I ran into that one. Oh, just quickly random thing. You know the trail where I was saying the Bob Ross photo? This is what it looks like in the fall, by the way. So if I'm still streaming on this channel, you'll see this in the fall. But that's not what I'm glad I just ran into it, but that's not what Ooh, I think I found it. There are two actually here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to just quickly save all these into my favorites right now because these are just pretty good. So let me just put this into favorites. And to favorite. Perfect. So I'll go into favorites now. They should be at the bottom. Perfect. So this is basically a conceptualization of what we kind of are. We're like a light being. We're kind of like that. But they had to use like obviously contrast to give us some sort of form, but we're basically light. Just with a human shell, and then it's kind of like what Earth is kind of like. But there's actually a photo that I have, and I got to find that one. This is the collective hive mind. This is the infinite version, like you're like it's like inception of yourself. This is the higher mind. Again, these are just obviously drawings of someone, creating this. Technically, the key should be there, but that's fine. There is another photo, though. What was I going to look for? What was that photo going to look for? I lost it. It's okay. It'll come back. I'm not too concerned. It'll manifest back into the mind. But there's another photo I want to show. It goes along the lines of those photos. Well, this isn't the one that I wanted to show, but it's definitely one that I remember now. See? It came back. Now I just got to find it. I got to Where the fuck is this photo gonna be now? It's just probably gonna be easier if I just open up my folder, because I know I put in a folder. I organize my stuff. Pictures. Nope. Wrong folder. Wrong directory, actually. So I'm gonna go into Cosmic. Let me see if it's in Cosmic first. Well, there's this photo, but this is not the one that I wanted to show. But this is what I was telling you about tuning your radio station. You have the power to change your experience by tuning. This is basically shifting your perception and your perspective. This isn't the one I want to show though, because when I start seeing things, I'm like, I should show them that one. There's another one. This is not one that I wanted to show, but I'm going to show it. This might blow some of your minds, by the way. That's why anytime you run into any human, you don't know what experience you had to go through to meet each other. But basically, you had to go through a bunch of shit just to get to Earth. Oops. There. All of this, and we still met. It's hard to see the image, obviously, because you have to look at it. But there's a bunch of shit out there. AKA the firmament, or whatever you want to call it, the dome. That's not the one I wanted to show, though. So, this is the one I think I wanted to show. Yep. It's not as clear, though. But that's you can call it the fifth dimension. This is the fifth dimension to some degree. All past, present, and future are being able to be seen at any present moment, because time doesn't exist. So this is what's happening on the other dimensions. They can see all the things that has unfolded, will unfold, and is unfolding right now. Past, present, future is all one thing for them. There's another image that I gotta find. I think that one's gonna be under... It's either there, or I have to find it in a conversation that I left with someone. It's this one. We're kind of like this too, but this is not the one I wanted to show. But this is kind of like another version of us. The mind just can't accept it, though. I can tell you that. The mind's like, no, that can't be. Yeah, I know. My mind couldn't accept shit either. Nope. What's this one? Ooh. This is not the one, but this is a good one. That's kind of what we all are, without a face, though. That's a pretty powerful one, but that's not the one, though. keep running into one of them. I'm like, damn, okay. Where is it? Ah, yes, here we are. This one. Hello, people. This is who we actually are. Good to see you too, mister. This is who we actually are. Is there a way to, like, yeah, that's better. Yep. So that's who we actually are. But of course, they had to use that drawing. But that it goes beyond that, of course. I'm going to save that into my favorites. Oh, it is already in my favorites. Perfect. That's why if any of you are fighting me or arguing with me, you're just doing it to yourself. That's why there's no point arguing and fighting back. I can tell you, I can jump into your games if you want, but I'm not going to play the games. Speaking of which, I'm going to go grab me a muffin because I didn't eat anything and I want to eat something. I want to nibble on something. So I'm going to go grab me a muffin. I'll go eat my actual food just now, but... may as well grab my vitamins while I'm at it. All the things we must do just to take care of these meat suits, or flesh suits, or body suits. All the things we got to do, or don't do, because you get to choose. I'll bring an apple just to balance out the healthiness with unhealthiness, but I don't create labels like that. For me, it just is. I don't have water outside, so I'm gonna go grab me a bottle of water. So those images are basically, they're not exact one-to-one, but they're close enough to explain. So when people come on my streams and they're arguing about blah, 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 well, you're just arguing because you just want to be right. And that's why I say you're going to be right. There. Enjoy being right. I want you to feel joy. So if being right brings you joy, then be right. You see, all this stuff I can say in a YouTube video, but it won't have the same effect. On a live stream is a different story because I'm speaking live. A video doesn't have as much impact, in my opinion, than a live stream does. Yippers, I got me an apple and a muffin because I said fuck it. And I'm going to burn it off anyways, so it's all good. Let me see. I think the images with the radiant thing being in the head are maybe incorrect. That's facts. There was one which it showed it in the heart or the chest region. I think that, yeah, that's correct. So that's what I'm saying. Like, depending on the person's perception, that's how they drew it, or that's how they created it, right? Because they perceived it as here, but it's actually here. Oh, that's perfect. I stuck the Kleenex. Look at that. Smart. Magnet. Wild. Now this isn't going anywhere. This is stuck. And yes, I eat my muffins like this first, always. I always eat the bottom piece first and then the top. And I made a mess. That's all I have to say. Spot on, bro. You feel it generally more elsewhere than your head. You do sometimes feel it in your head, though, but the majority of the time it's not there. It's elsewhere. Marco. He's the one that drew it. Marco or Marcos Alvarado. Alvarado. His name's at the bottom there. Each of our souls knows each other. That's why whenever I say hello or good morning or good afternoon to anybody, I'm just saying it to myself. Well, when I say myself, I mean itself. All right, I'm going to take off the mic again because Apple. We don't need ASMR. Well, you'll still hear it. Yep, that's exactly why I keep pointing. That's why I keep pointing there. The answers are here, not here. This sends the answers up here. It's just making mess now. Oh well. It's all good. I'm gonna check with my clients for a moment. I'm gonna go see if they have any messages. One of my clients says she had an amazing shift this morning, and she's gonna share more about it on our next call. She wants to kind of like sit with it for a bit. And the guy who wants to keep doing stuff just wrote like an hour ago, yo bro, this is actually very, very challenging for me to not do. I'll get back to them in a bit. Yeah, go for it. I won't read it out loud. I don't really take advice from anybody, but go for it. Let's see what you got. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that. That's why I'm like, I'm just being mindful about what I actually share. But you're right. Thank you for that. That I will definitely. Yeah, I'll just not really say too much about their stuff. They told me it's okay, but I also, not to get too in depth with what they're actually going through. But yes, I agree with you 100. I agree with you 100 on that one. Thank you for the reminder, CJ. I appreciate that. It's only because I'm still like new with them, right? So I'm excited. But yeah, this is one of my newer things that I'm getting grounded with myself. So I appreciate that. Oh, look who's back. Mr. It's a good thing I'm letting him stay on this stream. So he's feeding the algorithm, number one. Number two, he's probably frustrated in life, whether mentally, emotionally, physically, or sexually. Because there's sexual frustration for a lot of people. And they just need to let out some steam. I'm the perfect person for you to let out your steam at. I can handle it. Put this away and this away. Oh. Cool. Is there anything else I want to talk about perception? Because if not, I'm gonna probably close up the stream and call it a wrap. If No Filter is here still, this is directly to you. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you share what you want to share in the chat. I'm glad that you like to argue. I'm glad you like to fight. I'm glad you like to be morally superior. And I'm glad that this brings you some level of joy so you can free yourself from all the mind traps that's causing you a lot of chaos in your life. And the reason why I'm glad that you're here is because I want you to free yourself from all the noise within your body and the mind. So do feel called to share whatever you want. I won't be reading a lot of your stuff, not because it's not valuable. It's just because I'm in my flow. But share whatever you want, and yeah. CJ, thank you for the message, by the way. That I will 100% I'll lock in with that one. I don't know if there's anything else I want to talk about perception. I basically shared everything I could about it. Definitely tomorrow will be perspective, because there's a lot about perspective. Changing like how you know, your viewpoint on things. Most are currently, just to give a little touch on perspective, most are locked to their one way of being, and they're not open to seeing another view that could help them. It doesn't mean they have to change to it, but they're simply just locked to, like, no, it has to be this way and this way only, and that's it. Unfortunately, if you do that, you sort of like shut down the ability to, you know, gain more awareness within the mind. Oh, hello. Good to have you. I was about to end the stream, but hello. Good to have you here. Today we're talking about perception, but right now I'm kind of leading in tomorrow's live stream for perspective. So I'm just sharing about how generally we get locked into. Oh yeah, correct, but I'm not talking about any of that anymore. That won't be talked about because there's no point. I know you all are fascinated about those things, but the problem is the mind just simply doesn't want to accept things. So it's sort of like using words and then it gets wasted. So yeah, your friend, I think his name is Malik. Malik, he's like, can I share this with people? I'm like, you can share it, but I'm not going to be talking about it anymore. No, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be sharing more. Because yesterday, it showed me why I wasn't supposed to share it. So my experience yesterday was, yeah, people are not they're not really accepting things because they have their own preconceived notions. They're not wrong, but I know what I know. And what I know, many of you currently don't have access to it here. It's here. Doesn't matter. We're not talking about that. I'm going to be talking about my topics. So, unfortunately, oops. I'll wait for the wind to blow down or cool off. If that's what you came here looking for, I would recommend not coming to the channel. So I would recommend, if you want to know more about how to unlock your fullest potential of your mind, stick around. But if you're not interested in knowing the potential of your mind, don't be here. In fact, I'd recommend go watch another live streamer. It's not because I don't want to share it, it's because most people just simply can't understand it from their third dimensional, goddamn wind, third dimensional perspective. I really need to get an anchor. That would be my second feedback. You can touch it. But have never mentioned this. Exactly, CJ. Nope, that's not true at all. But I'm not getting into it because I know you want to engage in past memory stuff. No. Person, what's your name? Sigatun. Yeah, Sigatun. I won't be talking about it. So you can keep mentioning past lives, but I'm not going to be talking about it. The phone? Nah, the phone, it's not the phone. The phone is fine. It's just the battery needs to be changed. And the phone has nothing to do with the wind. Like the phone, it doesn't need to be heavier. It has nothing. That tilting thing is the wind blowing. It's not the phone. It's, if anything, it's the tripod. The tripod is what's holding the phone. Yeah. Yeah, well, you think I have fear, but I have no fear. It's just there's no point. So if you think there's fear, then your perception is vastly skewed. But I know I don't need to entertain your perspective. So I'm going to talk about perspective for a moment, and then I'm going to wrap up the stream. So when you yeah, everyone has a fear, yes, but the fear is also created in the mind, and that's also perspective as well too, because you can. What is fear? Ultimately, fear is something that you don't understand, and when you don't understand something, you fear it. Generally, most people don't automatically go and seek to understand; they seek to judge. Judgment is nothing more than fear masked. That's a bar. Write it down. CJ. I'm also a non-believer of anything, and I would dismiss. Exactly. So that's the reason why, like, there's no point talking about any of this stuff. Yeah. So here we go. We got a couple trolls now. We got Mr. Caillou does the internet is teaming up with this Segaton. I could just end the stream right now. But I'm not going to, not yet. Exactly, CJ. That's the reason why it has no value to talk about. Because it just has no value to, like, what is it actually doing for your life? Like, for me, I have it, but the thing is, like, I know it brought me value for sure on, like, how reality works, but I've been sharing it without having to tell you all about the memories, how reality works. It starts with you. That's all you need to know. So many people are so curious about things outside of them, but yet they're not focusing on what's actually important, which is inside of them. And they're like, oh, but I'm looking for the answer. Well, I just told you the answer is you. I'm not an all-knowing, because all-knowing implies I have all the answers here. No, it's right here, and you all also have the answers here too. The mind doesn't have it, and I don't see all either. There's plenty of things I can't see. I'm going to be talking with CJ for now. Well, the reason why I don't want to talk about it is because yesterday there was a bunch of people on the stream who just couldn't accept what I had to say, because that's just it. So like there is no point talking about it. It's sort of a waste of time. It's sort of like, you're talking to a wall kind of thing. It's not that they didn't hear, they heard it, but they couldn't accept it. And I don't want anybody to accept what I have to say, but it was sort of like, it was an experience. I'm like, okay, don't do it again. Just don't do it, Orion. Do not talk about this. So I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about this though. This is what's important. If you want to know something, know how this works properly. If you don't know how this works, you're fucked. If you want me to be blunt, you're fucked if you don't know how this thing works. And quite simply, I see a lot of people on the planet who don't know how to use this. This is the important thing you need to know. How to master this by working with this. That's it. All the answers you all are ever looking for will tell you right here, but you have to allow this to lead. This is attempting to always like seek the next thing. But in the seeking, it'll never find until you allow this to lead, then you'll find. That's the paradox. So my suggestion to all of you who are using this over this, to allow this to kind of just relax, just calm it down a bit. Let this lead, and you'll see every answer you're looking for, it will be revealed to you. I promise you. And life will become a lot more simpler, easier. Easier. Wow, the words weren't coming out. Life will become more easier. That's all you need to know. All the other stuff is just for boredom of the mind, because it's always in constant, like, what's the next. It's never stopping. When you finally get that answer, then it'll be like, no, I need to find something next. So I'll keep going next and next and next. It's by design, the mind is like that. It's not a flaw, that's just how the mind is. It's built to keep seeking. But in order for you to really, truly know, you have to allow this to lead and this to follow, or work hand in hand. Right now, this wants to control all the things, and it tells this to shut up and don't speak. But this wants to work with this together so that you can live your most fullest, purest life. The problem is the mind will not just surrender itself. And surrender doesn't mean quit. It means to just relax and calm down. I had to go through a bunch of trials and tribulations to get this mind to sort of work with the heart, work with the soul. The mind was just like absolute, like crazy. Yeah. Look at you making assumptions right now of me. That right there is third dimensional thinking. Actually, that's second dimensional thinking right there. See, me sharing what I'm sharing, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just insulting me, or you're insulting me, or gaslighting me, or making assumptions of me that is not true at all. But I'm not entertaining your third dimensional thinking. Actually, that's not even third dimensional thinking. That's second dimensional. So you're just next. CJ, brother, thank you for at least sharing your perspective yesterday. Shapeshifter, what's up, bro? Yeah, it's probably the same person. People can change usernames. I've had a person who's done that. CJ, I appreciate you, with your your perspective as well too, what you shared earlier in the chat regarding all that. All is great, shapeshifter. All is divine, man. How can it not be? It's great. I love it. I get to be so relaxed. I used to be stressing out, like, now I'm just chill, man. It's cool. What did Bart Simpson used to say in The Simpsons? Have a cow, man? Or something like that? What was the expression that Bart said? Have a cow, man. I don't know if that's what Bart used to say. I might be misquoting Bart Simpson. Have a cow, man. Hey, Light, good to see you. Did Bart actually say holy cow? I thought he said, like, have a cow, man. I know Michelangelo said cowabunga. Cowabunga. Well, I mean, shapeshifter, I would rather be cooking, and I know what it feels like. I know you guys are like 50 degrees Celsius. I can't say we've gone that hot, but we've been pretty close to 50 degrees Celsius, and I actually enjoyed 46 degrees Celsius. You know why, shapeshifter, is because we have the opposite, right? We have the opposite. We have minus 40 degrees Celsius. I don't think you'd want to experience that. I would rather get cooked than freeze. With freezing, it's a painful experience. Cooking can also be very painful, right? But I'd rather burn than freeze. 100%. 100%. So appreciate your cooking, because like minus 40 is just like balls to the wall, just like, ugh. I did it. Which one of my live streams has minus 40 degrees? Let's go check my winter streams for a moment. Let's go find a winter stream where I was like, February. So gotta go back a couple months. That's when I had my scruffy wolf, looking like a wolf beard. How do I know which one is minus 40? Yeah. Shit. Yeah, I'll just pick this one. Well, it's cold as shit. I can already tell by me breathing. 35% on the phone. Okay. I don't know if the phone's gonna actually make it, to be honest. If I go through that street, because then I have to do a lap around. We'll see. We'll see what my battery's at. It's cold AF. I'll take hot day for myself. I'll take a hot day over a cold day any day. This, no way. I mean, I did enjoy the cold, but I prefer the heat. Like, I'm breathing hard. My hands are freezing. I can tell just by listening to me pant there. It's pretty interesting. God damn. Loyalty system? I don't know who I'm talking to there. Okay. So I'm watching like something in the room. Yeah. I could tell I was like freezing. Like I was wearing 3 sweaters, like a thin layer, another layer, and then the sweater, and then the jacket. And I was still cold. 1 glove, because like 2 gloves, just the blood doesn't get circulated properly. And it's better to have your fingers like this than like this. But gloves like this suck because then you can't do much. Only your thumbs. 2 socks, sometimes 3, 2 pants. Yeah, it's not fun. I don't like layers. I don't like wearing layers. It's just unbearable. Yeah. That's why I said come to Canada and then see for yourself. That's why I said come to Canada in the wintertime and then you'll be like, you know what? I'll take my heat back. Come on the coldest day and you will say, yeah, I'll take my plus 50 degrees. Cause like when you have to wear layers, you're restricted. You can't do much. You can't go outside much. You can't enjoy your time. I mean, like extremely hot is also can be, but at least people can go and enjoy like activities outside, whereas indoors or wintertime, unless you love skiing, skating, or some sort of tobogganing, if there's snow, you can't do much. Yeah. Pacific Northwest. Yeah, got it. I know that direction. Yeah. Yeah. I think yeah. That's why I said, when I'm in San Diego, then you could say, man, you're so lucky you live in San Diego. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm lucky I live in San Diego. You know why? Because all year round, let me see what the temperatures are right now in San Diego, California. So all year round, this is Fahrenheit because I'm getting used to Fahrenheit right now. Because I've been using Celsius all my life, so I'm getting used to the conversion. So that's roughly around like 22 degrees Celsius. That's what their weather is all year round, give or take. Sunny and like that generally. And the weather was like that in December, and the weather stays like that throughout the entire year. Sometimes it goes hotter, sometimes it's hovers around the 70s. Like the lowest I've ever seen it in terms of the daytime high was, I think, like 54 or something like that. But like 54 is still better than what, minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which is minus 40 degrees Celsius. That's the only time temperature crosses at the same, where Fahrenheit and Celsius meet with the same number, is at minus 40. After that, they just deviate again. They never, I don't think they even meet back. They never cross, I don't think they cross over again. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So when I'm home in San Diego, then you can say, "Oh, Ryan, man, you're so lucky you live in San Diego." Yeah, you're damn right. I'm so lucky to live in San Diego. The weather is excellent all year round. It's not too hot and it's not too cold. It's just right. It's perfect. Internet cut out there for a moment. Yeah. Yeah, San Diego's in California, shapeshifter. I'm literally moving there for many reasons, but one of the reasons to live in San Diego is because of the weather, 100%. I would rather pay the same amount over there, and even if it's a little bit more, than to live in a place where half of the year I can't explore the nature properly because I freeze too easily. My sun. I like being outside. I like wearing t-shirts. I don't like wearing layers. I like the sun hitting my skin, and I definitely love nature and the green. Not to say I don't like winter, but I don't enjoy it as much as summer or spring, summer. So, yeah. Nature or the weather, which goes hand in hand. Mountains and ocean, which is part of nature. Yeah, and it's okay, right? Like everyone has their own preference. Like I know a bunch of people that are similar to you, like that prefers like the cold or they prefer less sun. That's normal. Yeah, that's cool, dude. To each their own, right? Not everybody wants to be in the Cali sun. I want to be in the Cali sun. I want to be on my beaches, dude. I want to be by my oceans and my mountains. I want to have it all. And I do have it all because I know that it is destined for me. It's just a matter of getting my visa. That's all it is. Not too hard. But I chose the perfect spot for me. I didn't choose Florida because Florida is too sticky. There's dry heat and then there's humidity heat, and the east has humidity. It makes you feel sticky. I don't like the sticky feeling. And of course the east has a lot more like mosquitoes and stuff, and they just like be eating you alive, whereas the west doesn't really have. I'm not saying they don't have mosquitoes, of course they do, but not as much as it is in the east. So that's why I chose no Florida. I could have chose Florida, but Florida, hurricanes. What's the point of having a fancy house if one day the hurricane just comes and wipes it out? San Diego doesn't get weather like that. Yes, they get like rain, but they don't get weather like that. So I chose a pretty perfect spot for me that is still part of North America, because the last thing I want to do is move somewhere else in the world that doesn't feel like North America. I like my North America lifestyle. No offense to any other person around the world in your countries. I like North America's lifestyle, and San Diego retains everything of Toronto, just with better weather. San Diego is like 1-to-1 with Toronto, with mountains and ocean, and with better weather. During the summer, Toronto is actually much hotter than San Diego. Like right now, Toronto is technically hotter than over there. But that's what, couple months? I rather my consistent weather. I like the just all year. California's for rich people too. But Florida has a lot more. I don't know if that's entirely true. Florida also has no taxes. But the thing is, I don't care about that. I've been paying taxes all my life on products. So it's not anything different to me. Like when I was in California for the first time, I was at the rental car place to get my car, and we were chatting it up because we were in line, and we had a long line. There's a lot of people getting their cars, and the service was pretty slow because a couple people went on break at that time, and I'm like, oh, I came at the worst time. I came at lunchtime. Anyways, as I was chatting with this dude, he's like, why would you live in California? You have all the taxes, and you should live in like Texas or Florida. I think you'd enjoy it there. I'm like, well, you're not going to change my opinion. This is what humans do. They like to sway other people's opinions and make sure that their opinion is the right one. That's what I had to. I didn't do that to him. I'm like, oh, listen to this guy. Like, fuck that. So he's like, go live in Texas or Florida. You'll enjoy it. So ultimately, I'm like, no, I came to California. I'm going to explore California for a month. That was when I first came there. And I'll see if it really is home. And guess what it was? It really was home. So there was not a damn person on this God-forsaken, well, God, beautiful planet. I was about to say forsaken. God, beautiful planet that will ever sway me to like, you should live somewhere else. California, that's where I belong. Even though for most of my life I hated California because I didn't know any better in the mind. The mind created a story like California is for those surfer dudes and those blonde dudes and those valley girls that are like, you know, all snobbish. Doesn't mean they aren't there, but I saw a different side of California because my perception changed. When I changed my perception, I saw a different part of I saw a difference than the California that I was told what California was like on TV and all that. Because, you know, growing up watching movies and TV shows of California painted a picture, but that's the stereotype. They're cleaning up the streets in Cali for the World Cup. Nice. I'm sure they're doing that over here, since the World Cup is technically here, which is so fascinating that I only found out that the World Cup is being hosted in Toronto, a month ago? I'm like, oh, I didn't even know we were hosting the World Cup. Here we are. So the world is on their way to Toronto. It's going to be well, in this area, it's not going to be busy because there's no games happening in this area, I don't think. It's going to be happening all downtown. So it's starting, next week? It's going to be interesting. Toronto hosting the World Cup. Well, at least that puts Toronto on the map. This city does deserve to be on the map to some degree. Oh, nice. Good stuff. I'm not rooting for anybody, but, you know, I want everybody to have fun while they're playing. I'm rooting for everybody just to have fun. Of course, you know, they're playing to win. I'm just rooting everybody just to have fun. Basically, yeah. All right. I have to do my workout. Not have to, I choose to, but I also have to eat. So, guys, I'll be jumping off in like 4 minutes. And I'm going to call it a wrap. True, and you're right about that, Doc. Most North Americans like baseball, football, well, American style football, the throwing one, and basketball. So that's why I was fascinated how they decided to do FIFA, like the World Cup here in Toronto. Hey, I get to host the world. Since I'm still part of this city for the time being. And then watch, as I move to San Diego, then San Diego hosts the World Cup. Watch, one day San Diego hosts the World Cup. That'll be funny. What the hell are we talking about in the chat? Shapeshifter. Yeah, Shapeshifter, I don't entertain garbage like that. You already know that. You know I won't even entertain that garbage. It's just a bunch of just noise. I wonder if this is the first time you and Light were on at the same time. You, Shapeshifter, and Light. I think you two, this is the first time you've either seen each other, because you two asked some pretty good questions. You guys are more, you're more, how how do I even describe you two? You two have interesting energy. Let me just put it that way. Good energy, but very interesting energy. So you two have a good dynamic. You two specifically. So this might be the first time I think I've seen both of you at the same time. Yeah. I couldn't put my finger on it, but you guys are a little bit more, you know, you're kind of more locked in. You're similar to CJ, who might still be on, and Dr. Atul. This is the more aligned stuff. I almost, though, got you and Light confused for a moment, only because I'm like, is Shapeshifter Light or is Light Shapeshifter? But no, they're two different people. Duh. Right? Two different names. But you guys had a similar, like, you have similar vibes. That's why I was like, this is the first time I think I'm seeing both of you at the same time together. Got that annoying 12-year-old sense of humor. Yeah, I like, hey, I like it. It's good. So we have you all, right? And then we have another spectrum. Like we have Notify for you, and we have Caillou does the internet, and then we have some other dude who are like just absolutely like balls to the wall, want to like bring. So this is what I did earlier for those of you who weren't on the channel. I'm gonna do it right now quickly. So for anybody who's on the channel who wants to feel right and morally superior over me, here you go. Here's what I'm doing right now. Oh, Holy One, oh, Gracious One, I bow down to thee, for you know more than I do. For I am inferior, and I know nothing. And because I am inferior and know nothing, and you are so morally superior than I am, and I am very inferior, I submit to your will. So, that's for those who want to always be right. I drop down and I give you your flowers, essentially. So. I do need a hat for that. I do have a hat actually, but not your like, you know, just a standard baseball hat. Or baseball cap. I just don't wear hats as much as I used to. This is what we call my like gangster look. I should just bring out my my glasses, because I haven't done this on the stream before. So I don't wear sunglasses, but I do have them. So on my other channel, people called me Lil Orion. So let's see. And we put on the glasses and we gotta look cool. We gotta turn the hat a little bit sideways too, because you know. If you all knew how I used to dress, I would be wearing those big baggy ass clothing, and I'd have my pants down to my knees and be walking like this. And I'd have a big chain. No, but this hat is I like this hat, but no, I'm not a Drake fan, but I do like my hat. I do like my hat. This is a Raptors hat, technically speaking. Toronto Raptors. When did they make this hat? I think this hat was made in 2017. So, yeah, this is a Toronto Raptors hat. The team's logo is underneath here. I started getting into the Raptors when they won the championship in 2019. So, yeah. You have to hate the Jews if I don't have to do a damn thing, Shapeshifter. This is what I say to all that. Because I don't entertain humanistic things like that. But yeah. Yeah, I don't really watch games, to be honest. Like, I don't know how the Raptors are doing or not doing. I don't even think I think the playoffs are almost over. If not, it's still going on. I have no idea. I think they got eliminated, in fact. No, they got eliminated. That's right. They got eliminated in May. But, yeah. I have like a couple more baseball hats. I have a Blue Jays hat as well. It's a blue one. That one's more fitted than the one with the you know, the thing where you have to peel off or whatever. This one. But when I'm in San Diego, I'll be having the Padres hat. Because their only sports team they have is the San Diego Padres. I'm not a big baseball fan, to be honest. The Blue Jays last season did really, really good, and I was proud of them. They didn't end up winning, obviously, but I was still proud of them. They put on a good show. But yeah, this one doesn't have the thing where you have to peel off. This one's like fitted, so I have to take this thing off. Yeah. Ah, okay, cool. So Spurs and the Knicks are in the final. Nice. I don't have any preference between either team. Like, if there was a Cali team, I would be cheering for Cali, whether that's Golden State or Sacramento, the Clippers, or the Lakers. I think they have four teams in California for basketball, unless there's a fifth that I don't know about or that I'm not remembering. I think there's four California basketball teams. For baseball, I think there's what? 3? Something like that. San Diego, LA, I think it's LA Angels and LA Dodgers. Oakland is now heading to Las Vegas, like the A's. I think they're heading to Las Vegas. I don't know if there's any other team in California for baseball. Hockey has what? LA Kings, Anaheim Mighty Ducks, San Jose Sharks, so that's 3. And yeah. Rugby is exclusive to North America? I don't think so. Nobody really plays. I mean, I'm not saying nobody plays rugby here, but I don't think so. Rugby is not a. I think you mean to say football. Well, the North American football, because everybody else calls our soccer football over there in the other. I need to sneeze. Oh my God, bless me. Everybody calls football in the other parts of the world, but we call it soccer. I don't know why we don't just call it football, and the thing that we call football, we call it like throw ball or something, but yeah. Rugby, no, not rugby. Rugby is rugby's more European style stuff. European and Australian play rugby. Not to say no one plays it here, but it's not a sport that really anybody entertains here as often, like football or baseball. We got a hockey team a few years back and won the Stanley Cup. Very nice. I said I was going to jump off 10 minutes ago, and look what happened. I'm still chatting with y'all. That's what happens when you have good conversation with good people. If there were I'll call them Friezas for now. If there was a bunch of Friezas in the chat, I'd be jumping off right about now. I'd be like, all right, y'all. Basketball, the funny thing about basketball, Canada only has one team. We used to have two teams. Well, I'm not going to say we because I'm not really, I'm here, but I'm not part of Canada. But Canada has one basketball team. They used to have two. They have one baseball team. They used to have two. I'm surprised they have at least 6 teams, but they got rid of 2 and then one came back. So interesting how there isn't more Canadian teams in at least the NHL, or at least in the NBA, or at least in baseball. Oh yeah, Shapeshifter for sure, 100%. Speaking of, well, I had a muffin earlier. That was my break. French is, but you won't find a lot of French people in majority of Canada. They're in one pocket. And French, though it is taught in schools, not everybody retains French. I can only tell you, oui, bonjour, ça va. Everything else, I know how to count from 1 to 20, and after that, it's because I haven't used it. It's there, but I haven't used it. But if somebody were to come to me and speak Le French, that's why I call it Le French. No insulting, it's just what it is. And they speak Le French with me, I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. So when I worked in my old law firm, when I was doing the entry-level help desk stuff when I first started out, we had to take calls from Montreal and Quebec, and they would be oui bonjour. I'm like, oh shit, we have a French person. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't speak French. Why not? You should be speaking French. No, because I'm not a bilingual tech. I'm just English, and unfortunately all the bilingual techs are currently on the phone, so I have to help. I don't want to speak in English. Yet you're speaking English to tell me you don't want to speak in English. Look at the paradox of that. I'm like, I can help you. I don't need to speak French to still help you. I can still help you. I don't want to speak English. That's what a lot of French people do. They don't want to speak. I understand where they're coming from. They want to speak their language, but if there is no available French technician to help you, then what, you're going to keep calling back? I can help you. I have the answer to help you. There was one time a lawyer, he was so mad that there was no French tech available to take his call. He got so mad that he went to my boss and he yelled at my boss, because my boss was in Montreal, because my boss was remote. And my boss's boss was in Toronto, which is so weird. So my superior was in Toronto, but my direct superior or direct contact was in Montreal. Anyways, that lawyer went to my boss that day, and he was so mad. He's like, I want you to hire more French people. My boss came to me, like we did a Skype call, because we had to like check in with each other once a week. And I'm like, yo, dude, why? I told the boss, like, why? I know he's French, and I'm like, what I'm about to say to you, boss, please do not take offense, but why do French people not want people to help them in English? What is the reason for this? What the fuck? Like, seriously. Like, they can speak English. Hello? It's not like they can't speak English. If they can say, I don't want to speak to you in English, they can clearly speak English. What's the difference? You don't even need to say a word. Just tell me what's the problem, and you can just shut your mouth and let me help you. How about that? Right? Ugh. Those days are so... Ugh. I'm never going back to IT ever again. Even though I didn't have to do that for I went from service desk or you can call it help desk to network analyst, network admin, system admin, then system engineer, then cybersecurity analyst, and then cybersecurity engineer. And that was it. I went to the top of IT. I was at cybersecurity engineer. That was the top role, except for being the manager. I didn't want to be no manager. I went at the top role. I was like, I didn't have to deal with people at the time. I was like, fuck yeah. And I traded it all away to do something else. I'm like, oh. And then I couldn't get back my previous role because somebody filled it. And then I left the company. But then I went and got system admin in a different company, and I got paid even more than what I was getting as a cybersecurity engineer. I'm like, and I got to work from home, and that was during COVID. Making money and doing nothing was awesome. Fuck yeah. That was the best. Getting paid to do nothing was the best thing ever. I got to work on myself and get paid. I was basically working on like my mindset and all that, and nobody was needing help because everybody's working from home. It was fucking awesome. And I was like, I'm not ever going back to no fucking JOB like that. If I'm ever working at JOB, it is fucking remote. And I'm not answering to some boss. My boss is pretty chill. I think so. I think it's being phased out to some degree. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I'm out of the IT field, dude. I have no idea. I'm not keeping track with that. I keep track of technology, but I don't keep track of like what's going on in the IT world anymore. I want nothing to do with it. I have my skills, but I want nothing to do with it. So I have no idea. So I didn't read a lot of the chats of my bad people. I guess shapeshifter. I have no idea if that's how French people or. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It is middleman work. You're right, Light. That's so true. I don't know, Doc. I think there's a lot of dentistry work out there. You're just, there's a lot more. Think of it like this. Dentistry is always going to be needed, right? IT is not always going to be needed to some degree because everybody needs their teeth to be fixed to some degree. So I would say there's a lot of opportunities in the dentistry field. So this is where we shift perspective on that. I think there's plenty of opportunities. I'm seeing if there's anything else I want to talk about before I go, because the live streams I want to be very specific on like topic, but like it's okay to chill after I'm done my talk, right? Because like the goal is to just sort of like remind everybody about the mind, but we're chatting right now. This is okay. There's no problem with that. Just want to make sure I stay like locked into what this is okay to take a break. I'm telling the mind it's all right. You don't need to keep doing. Same thing with I was talking about earlier. Don't always need to keep producing. Yeah. There's a lot of work in the dentistry field. There's tons of opportunities. Tons. And a lot of the engineering work nowadays, like what Light said, a lot of it is starting to be automated. Like you don't need a lot of things anymore. Like, like you just have AI handle it. That's why, what I'm doing can never truly be phased out. What I'm doing in the world can never be phased out because it's always going to require this. You need to master this. You have this. You can let AI lead the rest of your life, but like if you still don't have it figured out with here, then you're going to have a pretty interesting time. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So there's always going to be a need for surgeons, doctors, and nurses, right? Because shit's going to happen, right? We're all going to die, right? Some of us are going to need to get some sort of medical help at some point of our life, one way or another, right? So they're good. But not everything needs IT, right? Not everything. I mean, IT is still going to be used because when shit doesn't work, somebody needs to fix it, right? Especially when like internet goes down. And by the way, just so you know, in Toronto, what was it, last summer or the summer before? I think it was the summer before, 2024. Our cable service, which uses the internet now. The cable company, their internet went down across, I think most of Canada or some shit like that, and it came down to something like a transformer. No, it wasn't Canada. It was just in this province, Ontario. Some transformer blew or something like that, and because the banks use the Rogers cable service for their internet. And like a lot of the pin pads, where you put in your card and you and you pay, that needed internet, and that was using the Rogers service. So guess what happened? All hell broke loose that day when there was no internet here. You could have seen the absolute chaos here because one day alone, all hell broke loose. I was no longer working. I was, studying and doing all my entrepreneur stuff. And I was like, I don't have internet on my phone. I didn't have my tablet at the time either. And I'm like, huh. So this is what happens when we don't have internet. What do? It's not much. You have to go back to the 90s. And thank God I lived through the 90s. And Canada can use Starlink, but it's not widely available here. Not yet. It can be used here, but we don't have it's not official here. Exactly. We got a taste of the digital, and people were freaking out. I was good. Because you know what I did? I am a smarty. Because I have a lot of my content on a hard drive. right? And I watch my, like, if I want to watch anything, I have my external hard drive and I've plugged it into my Mac. It's downstairs with my NVIDIA Shield, and I can remote to it. But I couldn't remote to it because the internet doesn't work. Couldn't route within the house because the internet's just not working. So I unplugged the external hard drive from my NVIDIA Shield and plugged it into my Mac, and I watched content. There was no YouTube. And just so you know too, at the time, my phone, I was using the Rogers internet, like the cell signal. So guess what? That wasn't working either. So anybody who had other services was working, but they couldn't do much, if you think about it. Because I just said, like, the banks were using Rogers, the grocery stores and stuff, or like shops were using Rogers. And that's why it's important to always have like a fallback or a different like company just in case, right? You can't leave it all to one thing. So even though those people had internet on their phone, there's not much they could do, but besides watch YouTube or yeah, it was, and it was during the summer as well. So technically speaking, it was a good time because the weather was actually decent, but you couldn't do anything. So you go to a restaurant, you had to pay by cash. If you go to the grocery store, you had to pay by cash. But in order to get cash, you had to go to the teller, and the teller was down because it uses the internet to draw the money. So it wasn't working. It was completely like, yeah. So I got a good taste of what the digital apocalypse was like. And honestly, and guess what? And honestly, I'm going to be okay. Because guess what's going to happen? It's going to happen again. One way or another, the digital apocalypse. I need an anchor for the phone. Hold on. The wind needs to just stop for a sec. I think that's a place in India. I have no idea. Only they can tell us. I have no idea. Like, I don't know. It's either a place or a thing in India, but I have no idea. Oh. I'm going to grab the soccer ball. I'm going to kick the soccer ball for a moment. I don't want to sit. I want to move. Or as the Europeans would call this, the football. Because, yeah, you are technically using your feet. That did not travel far. I used the fence as the goal. Oh! That didn't work out in my favor. There. And my shoes are undone again. The laces are coming loose. All right, 2:30, y'all. I'm gonna wrap up the stream. So y'all have 12 minutes to chat. Then I'm done. I'm done. Because I have to go eat and then get my workout in by. I want to get it done by 4:30. Oh, that didn't go in. That hit the post. Gotta love my wireless mic. You can hear me no matter where I am. Freaking YouTube app. I'm not using the YouTube app, as you all know. I'm using Streamlabs. And the YouTube app doesn't want to work with my external microphones right now. It's a weird glitch, and I sent a ticket in to their support, even though it's a bunch of AI people. And they're like, we're going to get back to you. A month later, they still haven't gone back to me. So I'm like, screw it. That was a sign for me to stop using the YouTube app, stop using that channel, and get on Streamlabs. I will probably stream on Kick soon. And I saw how Kick operates in terms of with the app. It has different settings than YouTube. But once I hit live on Kick, it goes live. Whereas this one, I can set it to unlisted and do my checks in the morning to make sure my microphone's working good and all that. Whereas a Kick, you don't get that option to set it to unlisted. And yeah, I want to see what Kick's going to be like. I want to see what kind of demographic is going to show up there. I know Kick is not a place where I should be to talk about the mind, but hey, I could be the trendsetter there, right? Maybe I'm the only one on Kick talking about that, potentially. Don't know if that's true. I'm sure there is. I'm sure I'm not, but I know Kick is more for in person, they call it in real life streaming, which is technically what this is, but mine's is more lessons than anything. We'll see. Technically, I was supposed to start Kick yesterday, but I went ahead and I was on this channel. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Don't know how the people on Kick will be. Some might be trolleys. Some might be awesome, like you guys. Who knows? The only way I'll know is when I actually attempt it. But it'll be interesting. That's for damn sure. But the same things I've been saying here, I'll be saying on Kick. I won't be doing Twitch though. I've been on Twitch before, but not with this current state of being. I was a video game streamer, but at the beginning, just a noobish video game streamer. But at least did Twitch, but that was 2019. I won't be doing Twitch. Twitch is it's in my opinion. So. Did you all just disappear? I think you all disappeared. Well, it's all good. Maybe the internet cut out. I don't think so, though. Not seeing any growth in people's pockets yet, though. It's actually getting worse. Got it. No, I didn't know because the thing shows 2. I'm like, oh, I thought the stream got stuck. The numbers don't unfortunately don't say anything. And by the way, I got to take off my headband because look at the difference in color. This is the color I'm supposed to be, but because I've been wearing my headband so often, right now I have to get tanned here. So I gotta spend a lot more time in the sun without my headband just to keep this on the same color, because you can see the difference right now. Because I wear my headband, and of course the sun is not targeting here, it's targeting the rest, so there's a little bit of offness. So perception, maybe. So like when people come on the stream, like, are you black? Are you Indian? No, I'm a soul. Yeah, I know. But I have to get a haircut, and then when I get a haircut, some people say, you look Mexican. I've been called Mexican, black, Indian, and Arab. And I've also been called like Iranian before too. So that's why I'm like, yeah, because I'm all things. So yeah, I'm gonna be spending some time in the sun to get this color matched with my face. It's funny. And I also have to take off, like, you know, my shirt too, because my shirt, you know, has also given me like a farmer's tan a bit. Ugh. Gotta like, I do have a necklace to hold my mic in place, but you know, you see, like this, there's a color difference between like here and here, right? So like there's a bit of a color match, right? So there's a bit of like, there's a lot of different color matches between, like, you can see that it's darker here, especially down here, and it's like more lighter here. So yeah. So yeah, gotta get down to this little pouch. I call this the pouch of snacks. Gotta get that down a little bit, but everywhere else is like, you got 4 minutes, y'all. 4 minutes on the stream, and I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you. I still gotta get this down though a little bit, just a smidge, but it's okay. I don't fault myself for having a little bit of pouch. I call this the kangaroo pouch because, you know, kangaroos have a pouch for their kids. This is my pouch for my snacks. This is my pouch for my snacks. There's nothing wrong with that. I love my body the way it is now, so I'm good. But if this was like, well, if it was like this person, I'll show you my previous self. If it was that version, well, let's just say I wouldn't be showing my body. Well, it's technically 3 minutes now. So I'm going to do my wrap up quickly. Just remember, you all have the ability to shift your perception at any time. When you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. And that you have the ability to alter whatever course of reality. You're not changing reality, you're changing yourself within, and then reality will just be a springboard afterwards from where you're currently seeing things. You have that ability to influence it in the way you want by shifting the perception. Do you know anything about UFO disclosure in the US? A little bit, but I'm not going to get into that. That's the reason why I'm not talking about those kinds of things. Because, like, I already had, like, yesterday I mentioned some stuff about things like that, and people were like, it was not received extremely well, so I'm like, there's no point talking about it. So I'm focusing on this. Think of it like you guys are like similar to my clients, but not my paid clients yet. Unless some of you want to work with me, let me know. But I'm basically helping you guys like similar how I help my clients, but I go much deeper with them because, you know, one-on-one. Yeah, but those kinds of stuff I'm going to stay away from and focus on like the mastery of the mind. Like why though? Like you mean the UFO stuff, or why I said what I shared yesterday and I'm not sharing it again? It's because it became like people were curious. I shared some things. It wasn't received well. I do international counseling, but we just have to set up a proper like time for things. Because like there's time zone differences, so I have to like see, because I work Mondays, so we have to like schedule shit properly. But yes, I do. There are people around the world, so I just have to work with they're kind of working with my time, and I'm kind of making sure I work with theirs. So that's why I don't want to take too many clients presently right now until I'm done with them. Hey, time is up. All right, y'all. I'm gonna stick to my word now. But to wrap up quickly, remember that you do have the power to shift your perception. And tomorrow I'm going to talk about perspective. And it's going to still sound the same, but there is still a bit of nuances between perspective and perception. So I'll be talking about perspective tomorrow. The following day, projection. So perspective is tomorrow, and then projection is the following day. Well, it depends on if I decide. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming every day, to be honest, but I'm okay. I have a lot of energy. My eyes are, I need to wash my eyes. Some of the fluffy white stuff was floating in my eyes while I was in the grass over there. So should have not went and played soccer. Yeah. It is a in-person thing. I don't do courses only because most people, unfortunately, they don't finish courses. People tend not to finish it because I can hold them accountable, but it doesn't feel like they're getting what they're paying for. And I've done many courses, and I can tell you, like, I'm not doing a course. Yeah. It does sound cute, not when it gets into your eye and now your eyes are kind of like scratchy. Yeah. So. And the person above you who said what they said, just going to completely ignore. It's funny. All right, I'm jumping off. Y'all have yourselves a good day or good night wherever you are on our amazing planet. And yes, I said amazing planet. Don't ever forget what I said. All right, I'll be back on tomorrow. Yeah. Until you get it in your eyes. Exactly. All right, y'all. It was a good chat. Have yourselves a great day or night. And I will see you tomorrow. And again, remember, you have the ability to change your perspective in every present moment. I'll leave you with that. Bye, y'all. Have a good one.